Hey, hey.
Good morning. Hey, Wooly, I have a question. Why can't Metroid crawl?
Um, because she didn't get that power up yet. But once she gets it, not only can she crawl, she can fucking shine, dash, slide, wall crawl, ceiling crawl, everything, every direction. And
I
yes, you can
I
call her
want
that.
I want to talk to you about Metroid Dread. I heard you beat it.
Yes.
I also beat it.
Yeah. What'd you think?
I have never played more than 2 hours of a 2D Metroid game before, to the point where I even tried Axiom Verge, which everybody was telling me was great and then was very similar to Super Metroid, and didn't like that game either. So I was a little nervous that I wouldn't like it compared to the Prime games. And I'm like, wow, that's probably my favorite Metroid game easy. Like, easy. That Metroid Dread seems extremely high quality, good game.
So then, do you think. Does it. Do you get it?
Yeah, I
Or is
get
it
it.
just. Okay. Okay. Because if this is a game that because Dread is fucking excellent, and I don't know what that does for like the previous games you've tried and not liked, but clearly this effort you didn't miss
Well,
like the
the
quality.
number one thing compared to every other game in its series that is the 2D Metroids that threw me off was like, don't really feel crazy about the jump. Don't really feel crazy about the way it feels when you aim or shoot or whatever, right? Whereas this one, it's like, boy, I love hitting the jump. I
Well,
love doing the wall bounce.
so the shooting, I can understand the difference because, as I think we talked about last time, um, the shooting system is completely different from classic Metroid, with the exception of the previous Mercury Steam game,
Yeah, it's
Samus
360
Returns.
aiming instead of eight directional cardinal, right?
However, I would say that one of the standard staple recognizable things is the feeling of jumping in every Metroid game is this kind of weightless, floaty, full control thing. And I would say that like the feeling of the jump in this, I like it because of how much it feels like the previous game's jumps. So the jumping was always great.
I think you're nuts.
In Fusion, particularly when you introduce the ledge grabbing and that aspect of the game that it wasn't around prior, um, it adds a really cool feeling to traversal that just feels really fast, you know. And
I should mention that I'm comparing this only to Super Metroid.
okay, so then you should specifically say that then, because you know, like old NES Metroid is old NES Metroid, and it's kind of floaty, but yeah, you don't have that ability. And then Super has that kind of floatiness too, but Fusion and Zero Mission, like you definitely have very similar feeling jumps to what you just got.
By the way, I did tell you last week that I only played Super Metroid.
Yeah. Well, but just to say that the jump feeling in the 3D games is at this point I feel like it's a staple that they've accurately recreated in 3D. You know, while the shooting is completely different.
I want more games like this. In particular, I want more games that have the weird power up fucking order that this game has.
Yeah, yeah, that was an unexpected way to unveil everything, and I we you know, not to repeat the entire conversation, but I really liked how you get a lot of mobility fast, so that you end up just kind of like getting more powerful towards the end, but you can still feel mobile and agile early on, you know. Um, so now that you've wrapped it up, again, spoiler free talk here, but like I would say that the amount of like little backstory here and there, and the amount of like little escalation in terms of what power Samus gets overall, her overall kit in this game,
so
is pretty satisfying.
There is one thing that like I had me chuckling during that final sequence, which is I'm not a Metroid lore hound, right? I didn't scan everything in the Prime games, and I didn't play most of the 2D ones. But I've been in talking to you and talking to other people over the years. I've picked up like the basic events of Fusion, for example, right? The SAX and all that stuff. And this game sums it up by saying, you know, she got the Metroid vaccine, so she got a little bit of Metroid juice, and that's why the X Parasite doesn't act like this, yada yada, right? Thank you, darling. And I'm not sure if it's always been like this with Metroid games, but there was a real feeling of, hey, do you remember that backstory that you've had the whole time? Well, 2 rooms over, this was happening at the same time. And then you go, oh, okay, cool. And then they go, and on the end, 2 rooms over from that, this was happening at the same time. And I'm like, like every time there's a new thing, it felt like it just everything had all taken place within 1 3-week period when she was a little baby Samus.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll just add more and more of them over time.
Well, but here's the thing: is that like what you have to understand is like, or what you should understand is how little her origins are mentioned in other games. Like it comes up a bit, but most of the stuff you're doing relating to Chozo and stuff is just like finding those statues and getting tidbits here and there. The Prime series is the stuff that goes into the Chozo the most, you know, which is what a lot of people enjoyed in terms of just like, oh shit, we can finally scan and learn about this race and you know, the origins of the word and everything. So this was one of the first times that they just kind of went out of the way and went like, bam, here is a full like real flashback to multiple moments of like ancient like Samus history. And then yes, you did have to, if you wanted to go for extended reading, you could always go check out the manga and other stuff outside of the games. But
I just like I love it, and it's great, but there is part of, I would call it, I guess, the final reveal that had me like burst out laughing in how seriously it wants me to take this character that I don't know.
What I guess the main thing I'd say here is like, it's not a case where there's a franchise where there's been a lot of twists and turns in backstory. Like, for example, right? I don't know what you're supposed to know about the Umbrella Corporation as of, say, RE2, but I'm sure
as of RE2, you're supposed to know. Like, I mean, the intro actually just says like the Umbrella Corporation was behind the events of RE1 and the zombie-like creatures. So I think they give you like a little flat.
And
line.
I think I'm pretty much
Umbrella's fault.
I feel like I'm under the impression that I get the Evil Corp vibe there, you know, from what I've seen. But like by the time it gets to 7, I'm sure there's so many ridiculous little details about the creation of the company and the people on the board of directors and the family members and all the stuff.
You lasered in on like the worst one. Congrats.
Well, that's what I feel like.
You're super right.
Yeah.
The actual relation of like, did you know like Hitler was on the board of directors this whole time and he was alive?
I mean, if I had to guess, just not knowing anything about like what this would be, like it would be exactly like that. One, they employed Hitler and he was on the board of directors, and 2, there's some part of the story I would just be like, yeah, once upon a time Umbrella was going to be a really good company that was going to do good things to change the world, but then the guy who wanted to do that got killed and died, and the evil person took over, or I don't know,
I have, like, if you want the absolute, like, bullseye on absurdity, I can just tell you about Albert Wesker going from some guy who worked at the lab all the way to being the founder of Umbrella's star pupil in the Ubermensch Wesker training program for mutants.
There you go. Exactly.
Of which he was number 1, and all of them died except for number 13, who's his evil-looking sister.
Well, I was about to say, I saw a card pop up in Teppen that was like, oh my God, Alex Wesker, and I'm like, what? Oh,
she's the
fuck
villain
off!
She's the villain of Revelations 2.
Yeah, so that's it. Like, I saw that, and I was like, oh, this stupid shit is gonna be like it's straight up like we're going into the cousins and the step cousins of the evil people, to make this make sense. And anyway, but that's not the point. The point is that, like, the analogy here though is just that, like, Umbrella as a company in the background is probably this ridiculous, absurd thing, so that if you had to now come about with a new game and build on top of that with something that was like not just like new, it would be like, what space could you possibly shoehorn it into? We have more than we need about the Umbrella timeline, and none of it.
And congrats, you have successfully described what happens in Resident Evil 8.
Okay, there you go. Right?
In which they go to some asshole planet out of nowhere that happens to have some... Actually, it's exactly the same as Metroid Dread. You go to some asshole out-of-the-way location that seems to have very little to do with any existing plot line at all, only to discover that the one individual there remaining was actually involved in it at the beginning all those years ago.
Oh my God. Yeah. So when I look at that, I go like, yeah, that's a good luck finding some way to get past the baton here and go like, well, write a story about Umbrella and make it work, right? With the Chozo, they're super instrumental in the backstory of Metroid, but fortunately all those Metroid games left a lot of empty space for Chozo filling.
It's also...
There's a lot of empty, vacant space to write about and do things with the Chozo, because everyone just kind of went, to mention them a little bit, but don't go too, and this is like the most they've gone in,
I also got to say, going through, because I beat the game, I'm like, wow, that was amazing, and some stuff happened, and I'm like, how is this stuff going to affect the Metroid Prime 4, only to, in the course of that question, discover, one, it's not going to affect it at all, and two, the ordering of Metroid games in time is really confusing as to what is taking place before Fusion and what isn't.
So my problem with even getting into timelines here is that there's nothing I can say that won't set off a particular group of people, because it's a big fight on the internet.
Oh, is it?
It's a big fight about the timeline and the canons and what's not canon and whatever. And some of it is based on some mistranslated interviews from the past and shit, which actually someone wrote in a letter about that we can talk about later. But like, there's a basic thing that is like, you've got the numbered games, those are always canon and important and mainline, and then you've got the primes, which all take place prior to Fusion,
but after Super Metroid.
Yes. Okay. And Samus Returns, and then Federation Force. I don't know, fit it in wherever you want.
No, we're good.
Am I wrong about that? Is that incorrect? Okay. Well, if I'm wrong about that, then let's look it up, and I'll learn right.
Oh no,
fix
wait!
that
It
right
has
now.
to be before Super Metroid, because there are Metroids. And in Super Metroid, there's zero Metroids.
Let's just get this correct. Let's just get this correct. So, Metroid timeline. Rightio. So, Metroid.
While you're fact checking, I'm gonna poke my dog's ring.
Metroid Volume 1 and Volume 2, the manga. Metroid Zero Mission. Prime 1, Prime Hunters, Prime 2, Prime 3, Federation Force, Return of Samus, Super Metroid, Other M, Fusion, Dread.
So, like, just put numbers on these. Come on, guys.
The numbers are on the. So when you first boot up Fusion, the first thing you see is Metroid 4.
Wait, what's Metroid 3?
So Metroid 1 would be Metroid 2 would be Super Metroid. No, Metroid 2 would be Samus Returns. Metroid 3 would be Super Metroid. Metroid 4 would be Fusion.
Metroid 3 is Super Metroid?
Yeah, because Metroid 2 was called Samus Returns on the Game Boy.
Dang Eve. That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, anyway, the more I talk, the more stupid wrong things I'm going to say. So whatever, fuck it. Timeline's there. Look it up if you want.
How are you going to make a Metroid game with no Metroids in it?
Yeah, I know. That's wild. Well, if they're extinct in the lore, then they're extinct in the lore, right?
Yeah.
It's a good ass game, and I'm glad you liked it.
It's stellar. I saw your reaction to the ending. I went and checked it out. I saw a planet explode in the background, which I think might be the weakest spoiler anyone could ever say about a Metroid game.
Yeah.
And you going, it's the best one. That did it.
Yeah, I felt that this is my favorite Metroid game. It gave me all the things I loved in spades, and then it gave me stuff that I don't look for when I play Metroid. So when I play Metroid, I want some great.
Excuse me.
Yeah, careful. Easy. There you go.
Drinking liquids is hard. I don't know how people do it all day.
Sorry about. What I'm looking for in these games is just some great isolated space cave exploration, shooting, and and jumping and stuff, right? And then you get cool shit like shine sparks and power bombs and like all kinds of fun stuff that you get and
whatnot. absurd requirements to do a 5-room run into 3 shine sparks. To get like 1 missile pack.
So Fusion introduced the speed runs and the slopes that were like for retaining your speed off of a shine spark. But what I'm trying to say though is that like I was looking for everything that I enjoyed about Fusion and everything that I enjoyed about Zero Mission, and what you get is all those things, but then you get other things that are incredibly rad that you never would have expected to see in a Metroid game, like flash step. I would have never expected flash stepping as a thing, and when Samus Returns came out, like I never would have expected parrying to be a thing. And then not only did it become a thing, it became an instrumental game mechanic.
Yeah, I feel like I'm interested in going back to Samus Returns to see like the prototype, the test run
evolution
for this game.
Yeah,
but like now that I look back at like all like I'm like, oh, it's a very different game without that Y button to parry.
Samus Returns has parry.
You know that I'm talking about the other ones.
The previous ones, yes,
Like
yes.
all the other ones don't have it. And it's
Not
like,
only
it's because it feels like vital. It feels like a really core standard piece of the kit.
Exactly. That's what's so shocking to me is like not only is parrying such a vital part of the game and such a vital part of the enemy patterns and they attack you and you look for that little opening, but it's also a melee button which you didn't have. There was, there's no melee button in the old games like that. So, you're introducing this whole new thing and it becomes like a new thing that is central to the game design is very risky, but they pulled it off so well, and I fucking love how like Metroid now has like a melee element that is significant. Same thing for sliding as well. That was not always a thing, and now implementing it so that you're sliding underneath bosses, you're sliding underneath little openings when the creature like maws up and things like that. It's stuff that I was not expecting, but just completely adds and makes it feel really, really fun, and then of course, the Emmys and so on are all fantastic. So I feel as if I'm going to stand by what I said in that, like, if you're going to go back looking to enjoy other things in the way you enjoyed this, you unfortunately only have one other game, and that's the last game that they did,
There's one thing that I want to say that's a bit out there, because I just feel like not many games actually account for this. I ran into a very interesting thing going through the game, because you basically get laser upgrade, missile upgrade, laser upgrade, charge shot upgrade, missile upgrade, and back and forth, right? So it keeps changing as to like what's doing like comparable damage to what. And in that process, I discovered upon, I think it was getting the green beam or whatever, that this is one of the only games I can play that has a tap button to shoot on a button, not on a trigger, that will shoot as fast as you can hit that button.
Yes.
And discovered that you can melt, like, the mini bosses that are like the Jojo guys with spears?
Yeah.
Like sub 15 seconds.
Yeah.
If you can mash it out hard enough.
No, the speed you can shoot at in this game is like really, really high. Especially compared to older.
It's astonishing how fast it allows you to go.
Yeah, and I remember times in Prime when I would mash like that, In Prime I would be like, brrr, a couple times, but like not much in the older games. But like here, they really give you the ability to just make a string of bullets.
It feels like they were not only they made that the case and knew that, but that's why some of the bosses are regular shot invincible. Like have to be dealt with missiles.
Well,
otherwise you would just melt the absolute piss out of them.
I mean, a bunch of old bosses are like that too. All right, a number of classic Metroid bosses are like you hit the missile in the right place, watch them change color, the rate of fire on missiles is much more controlled. Exactly, it's a much more of a precision game. You also, I think, if I'm not mistaken, going back to the first game days, it's kind of like a Mega Man situation where there's a number of bullets allowed on screen, so the rate is determined not by like how fast you press, but how many other bullets are displayed. So if you have 3 back to back,
good old 16-bit consoles where if you mash the shoot too much, your character would start flickering in and out of fucking existence.
Yeah, I might be getting this wrong, but my memory was like you could go mash, mash, mash and get 3 bullets right behind each other, but then you can't shoot until those bullets are off screen or despawned,
This conversation always makes me think of that level in Mega Man X where you're riding the little cart and you go through that cave portion and a bunch of the bats blow up and the game just
Armored Armadillo, the best fucking thing and the coolest slowdown you want, going down the mine car and then you charge up a full shot, and right as the bats and the birds are coming through and you jump out of the cave, you let loose the full blast, so you have your full shot traveling next to you going full speed in the fucking minecart, and then the enemies flashing out, and the whole game, the SNES falls apart, and it's beautiful. it's one of the coolest things in that game, and it's
There's
fucking
one moment
hell yeah
in
it's
this
good
game that happens. I used one of the later game power-ups in an area and remarked that this shit feels like it's going to crash like a Super Nintendo game, and it felt awesome. The last mandatory power up.
Yeah, well, your fucking full screen, your power bombs are always a thing, you know. And when I want the whole game, I'm just like, I need the whole screen to fucking feel the impact of laying one of those, because that's how it was back then. The whole screen just, you know, like I want that impact, and yeah, it delivers. Fantastic.
I gotta say, I can't think of a single game I've ever played that did this, where I managed to bullshit my way into a room that maybe I was doing it ahead of schedule or whatever, but I managed to get, cool, I got that ammo upgrade, and it just says, you don't have this yet, and just put an ammo counter with a fat question mark on my HUD.
Yeah, you don't know what this is yet.
Like, what the actual fuck are you doing?
That's an interesting one, because in games where the speed running and sequence breaking were unintended, it's a type of thing where if you got the ammo for something you didn't have yet, you would accidentally just get the thing.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
But yeah, that's a fun thing to be like, oh, you don't know what this is yet, but we did, you know, we expected you could have sequence broke and gotten this, so whatever. You know, going back to the bombs too, actually, I'm realizing like the noise I made, this is very telling. Like, I have such a fond feeling about the effect of a white power sphere exploding out the middle of the screen, and that's specifically because of three things, and there's tons more, but the three that like all overlap together are the bombs in Super Metroid, the Luminaire.
I was just thinking, you're just like Luminaire from Chrono
the
Trigger.
Fucking Luminaire in Chrono Trigger, and the visual and the noise of bombs in Super Contra.
Oh, that one doesn't ring a bell. I'm not familiar with Super
in
Contra.
Alien Wars, Super C Alien Wars. You press the fucking bomb, and it goes, and it's so cool. The noise is incredible, and like you never forget it, you know. And I'm like, that's how I want a screen wipe to look and sound and feel everywhere, every time, you know. Specifically the Super Nintendo Contra game. I might have gotten the name wrong there. I think I'm, but like Super Nintendo Contra, bombs in that
Contra
are the best.
3, the Alien Wars.
Contra 3 Alien Wars. There we go. Yes. I always want to say Super Contra and Super C, but it's like, no, it's not. But Super Games or Super Nintendo. Anyway, whatever.
Man, you know what's a fucking shame that's trapped on the 3DS? Contra 4. Man, that game fucking rules.
Mm-hmm. That game's trapped.
So good. Oh.
That game's trapped for sure. Shout outs to the sound bombs from Star Wars Episode 2 as well.
Oh, those were fun, weren't they?
Oh man, they're the best. They made such... I couldn't stop talking about them. Like, as soon as I saw it, like, just walked out like, man, those sound bombs, though. You know, anyway.
Let's not talk about anything else in the movie, please, God, but...
I was really happy when they came back. They brought them back.
Oh, I'm fucking dying out here. So aside from the absolutely incredible Metroid Dread, which, by the way, does signpost its invisible walls and ceilings quite well.
It does, in fact. Not to say that there weren't moments where I got stuck, but for the most part, it's like, yeah, if you see stuff above a thing, it would make sense to shoot in that direction. I didn't always do that. I'm a be 100%. Everybody saw, but it seems like most other streamers did shoot past towards enemies that might have been blocked off by destructible walls.
There was one wall early on that was over lava that, like, I don't know why. My brain just went, oh, I need the lava. But after that, I just, like, once you internalize Walls are lies, ceilings and floors are suggestions.
Yeah.
No problem.
So every time I got stuck, that's my, knowing Metroid, that's my first thing is like, all right, so I've gotten, you know, the power up in this area and nothing has become immediately apparent. Yeah, time to start like just looking for shit to shoot. And that's always it. Like backtrack to the limits of where your map took you, and just the walls are lies. You know, that's kind of it. You have that one though that I it's funny because like people were being cheeky and I didn't know why, and it turns out like it's because there's this one spot that like Max also struggled on, where it's a you have to ball spark across a pit, across an opening, and like if you just run and ball spark straight, you end up being one block too low for the opening. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't think I encountered this.
Okay, so there's an opening.
Mandatory, like a missile upgrade or something.
Completely optional.
Okay, then I probably missed this one.
Okay, so you have to ball spark across this gap and then go land in a little like, you know, opening, and then your momentum carries you up to the missile upgrade. But you're too low whenever you try to just do it straight on. So it turns out that like way back at the beginning of the run, there's a discolored block which you can shoot and hop into, you know. But I completely didn't see the discoloration, and I was stuck on that for a good bit and just approaching it the wrong way.
I'm being told that I did it instantly and thus don't remember.
Gotcha. Okay. So there was one there was a discolored wall bit that like I just didn't notice, and I was like, oh boy, and I just came at the solution the wrong way for a bunch, and then eventually it happened, and I was like, all right.
Well, the thing that really messed me up is there were two different things that included the shine spark that after I completed them, I was told that you or someone else, usually Max, had actually gone through them from the other set of rooms.
Yes.
Backwards.
Yes.
Or I had done it backwards.
You can solve
kind of insane.
Yes, you can solve those puzzles in different ways with different paths, because all you have to do is get to the wall that requires you to shine spark through it in any manner possible. And shine spark retention is something that you can do in many different ways, you know? So you can come from the top in some cases, the bottom, wherever you have enough leeway. And if you can wall jump in such a way that like you make it to where you need to be, the game's like, yeah, fuck it, you know? That happened a couple times. But yeah, you know, I mean, everyone gets stuck or like has different stresses with different things. The most surprising thing to me I'm reading about is how much people struggled with the Emmys, whereas
I had the same experience.
I found them to be such a, you know, fun and like pretty tight thing, but they weren't this torturous experience at all. And I just didn't find it on that level. They kind of just went by at the pace of the rest of the game. They didn't leave the burning impression that a lot of people got from them in terms of like this kind of like swatting down of your progress, you know?
I think that part of the experience with the Emmys that we genuinely did not experience. I saw the videos of you just subconsciously bouncing the Emmy off you when it grabbed you the first two times or something.
First two times, yeah.
And I assume it wasn't a 100% success rate, but it was pretty close.
No, but then later Emmys, like there was at least two where I'm like, oh, I got this, and I would relatively consistently parry it off.
I think that I hit the part where I had done 4 out of 7 or something like that, and at that point, which maybe 60-70% through the game, I parried every single attack they hit me with.
Okay.
Like I had learned the timing on seeing the flash and hitting the button, and they were no longer any threat at all.
Yeah. and you get 2 chances.
Yeah.
Right? You get the initial flash and then the second one. And not on top of that, like, they also give you, you know, an entire meter that's dedicated towards Emmy evasion. Yeah. Right? Like, you have so much, if you get, because some of them, they start shooting at you, you get the freeze, you get the other stuff, but yeah, there's like, okay, turn invisible, okay, climb the wall, do this, do that, like, fucking shift out of there.
Now, that being said, if you can't parry all of Sean's basketballs, Emmys are considerably more threatening.
Yes. Also, there are parts of the end game that also will, be a little tricky if you don't get those down.
Yeah, that final boss is for real.
That's a final boss. That's a Metroid final boss that is nothing like any other final boss in any other game. Mm-hmm. I mean, the closest thing I can compare it to would be fighting the SAX, right. But even then, that wasn't really the final, and it also had a completely different flavor to the fight. Yeah, there's not much like that. That's a very different style game added here, and again, like, going against what the formula would be, trying something different, and it works incredibly successful. So
there was a pang in my heart that, like, genuinely hurt me, but it was like like, I had a little smile, which was when I'm doing the final boss, I'm like, oh, there's the part where he turns into a Dracula. That's the part where the Dracula happens, and and this is as good as I'm gonna get it for maybe 10, 15 more years. Like, oh fuck.
Yeah. No, man. For something that was so quiet in its development that just suddenly got announced and was out within month, like, it was like what, 2-3, like, it feels like 2-3 months after it was announced it was out almost.
There's a lot of things that I like to complain about Nintendo, but the thing that they go, game's out in 6 months, we'll show you one new trailer 2 months from now, okay, game's out, is the best thing about that company.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much we're talking about Metroid right now, considering 4 months ago there was not even a thought. There was just Prime 4 is happening somewhere, somehow, I guess. And that's it. But you just don't think about it because otherwise it's decades, Yeah. Fucking excellent.
Very good. Make more of these now.
Please do. You have the assets.
Like, do you remember way back in the day, from the Super Nintendo to, like, the PlayStation 2, you'd have this situation where a game would come out and it'd be a sequel, and it was more or less like a kind of Lost level situation where it was like a new game, but the graphics were almost all the same, and they maybe added, like, a new type of jump and, like, a couple.
We took all our cut stages and put them into this other thing.
And then they put out, like, and it was like, it was more fun because it had better design, but it was basically like a sequel made from the same bits.
Yeah.
And there was just tons and tons and tons of complaining about that for a long, long time. Is sequels need to really innovate and they need to push the envelope. And fuck that. Make another Metroid Dread game that is like this one, that is as good as, just bang that out. Don't even make new assets. I don't even care. Just rearrange the rooms and add one more power-up. I don't care.
Well, now, also keep in mind what your feelings were about the RE3 remake, right?
Yeah, it was too different.
Okay.
That was the I'm not going to speak for everybody, but the Resident Evil 3 remake's problem is that it is a completely new game with a Resident Evil 3 shell on top of it.
So if they made it just as like simply on top of the RE2 engine or on top of the RE2 system, but it was more accurate, then that would have been fine.
Oh, it would have been much better.
Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
So,
okay.
like, I'll give you a good example because you played FF7 Remake, right? And the comparison of original RE2 to FF7, original RE2 to RE2 Remake versus original FF7 to FF7 Remake is pretty accurate. You're going through the same types of locations. It's the same feel. It's the same structure. It's the same order, etc., etc., etc. But stuff is remixed. Stuff is improved. Graphics, perspective, etc., right? Resident Evil 3's remake has, aside from the police station, maybe 4 or 5 rooms total in the entire game that actually correlate between each other. Like, it is functionally a completely new game.
Wow. Okay. Well, fair enough. In this case, yeah, I agree. I'm saying, like, you've got all the work you've done for Dread here that exists. Just build more. Build more. And I mean, you also, I feel like, admittedly, each entry in Metroid has, you know, had some significant like uniqueness to it and significant feeling elements. Like I wouldn't want like just a DLC campaign kind of feeling to this. You know?
I don't want a DLC campaign. I'm telling Mercury Steam to bang these out like they were GBA Castlevanias.
Right. Well, we'll get into Mercury Steam in a little bit.
6 Castlevania games released in like 10 years, and they are almost functionally identical.
I remember.
And I don't care. They're really good.
I remember
They're all really good.
I remember how often like Castlevania Advance games would come out, and I wasn't paying attention to them, but it would just be like, oh, Jesus Christ, there's another one. You know, like, yeah, there was a period of like high frequency back then.
Remember fucking Order of Ecclesia came out, and the big fucking twist on that was, hey, you don't go through levels in a set order, and they're a little smaller, but there's more of them. And then secretly at the end, you unlock Dracula's castle again. And you're like, holy shit. That game's incredible. I should play Order of Ecclesia again.
Well, besides that, how's your week?
Aside from that, how's my week? Well, I finally beat all of Mass Effect. It's all done. And I don't want to go too in-depth on it because it's a tired point. But even after all that I read, saw, watched, and complained about during the ending, upon going through even the extended cut of the ending, there's parts of it that are actually way worse than I even knew, even after all this time. It absolutely deserves the award of biggest wet fart ending to any game ever.
Now, are you talking about
comparison.
the updated ending or the original?
Yes.
Okay.
So the updated ending, I want to make it really clear, is way better. It's also like 5 or 6 times longer than the original ending.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it like, holy shit. But the original ending, let me give you like a tiny piece of how bad the original ending is.
But is the updated ending also bad? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it's also terrible. But
okay.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to put it into scale. In the original and in Mass Effect 2, there's a DLC where you blow up a mass relay, right? It gets blown up, and what that causes is essentially a supernova, right? Which eradicates all planets inside the star system, right? In the original ending of Mass Effect 3, it stated, doing this will blow up all the mass relays. And you had no ability to ask any clarification. And so the only conclusion you could draw from that outside of producer interviews was, if I choose this option, will it destroy every planet in a system that has a mass relay, including Earth, I guess it'll just kill hundreds and thousands of trillions of lives. And then they literally, in the extended cut, they change it to the mass relays broke, but we could fix them. The extended cut is terrible. It's embarrassing, and it's extra embarrassing compared to all the DLCs that came right after it. Because Mass Effect 3 was supposed to be developed in 1 year, and they got an extra 4 months. And then you got the original, like, 6-minute ending that was like nothing, and you got hit with a splash screen that says, "Buy more Shepard Adventures coming soon." And turns out those Shepard Adventures are actually the best things they ever made because they didn't have to rush them. But now, when you go through it in the Legendary Edition, you go good, huge dip in quality, which is basically Kai Lang time. Right? Good, Kai Lang. Good, great, the worst. So you go from the best thing Mass Effect has ever done, which is a heist followed by a party with every character you've ever met that lasts like 3 hours, followed by the final duel with Kai Lang, which is... Okay.
Momentum whiplash.
I know this is gonna speak to Wooly real bad. So Kai Lang does a Naruto run with his sword behind his back because he's a ninja.
Of course he does.
Wooly, there are times where the Naruto run is not embarrassing. Most of that is context, right? What is the worst thing you can do to a character who is Naruto running? How do you make it look as shitty as possible?
What is the worst thing you can do to a character that's Naruto running?
Yeah. What is the way to make the Naruto run look the worst?
By not leaning forward?
No. Our brains aren't syncing up.
I don't know where you're going.
Make the arena small enough that the Naruto run is slow.
Okay.
So, dude is slowly Naruto running at like a jogging pace over to light cover.
Okay.
It looks terrible. It looks so bad. It's a Naruto jog.
You know,
it's a...
I have to say, like, Naruto running was a thing before Naruto, but...
It was!
But
it's in the Evangelion movies!
Yeah, exactly, right? Rushing that straight up, like, beast moment, the way a Unit 1 runs. But ninja running was also not that to me in my brain. Ninja running, I'm thinking of Ninja Gaiden animation, and I'm thinking of like when you would see someone they leaning forward, probably one hand in front of like them with the sword, the other hand in the back, and your legs are doing the like like pins and needles. You know what I mean?
There's also the version where it's like a knife and their forearm is in front of their face.
That's the one I mean. That's I'm talking. Sorry,
okay.
You can't see it. I mean where your forearm's in front of your face. I was trying to not block my mouth in front of the microphone. Yeah. But the original Shinobi / Strider kind of like, you know, just dash forward with Strider. You know what I mean? And you see that kind of hop where they lean forward and the feet. That's a ninja one in my brain, and it's like it has been completely replaced with the Naruto run, unfortunately now. But like
that's a goddamn shame.
You know, Ninja Scroll, absolutely. A bunch of that.
It's crazy because like the Legendary Edition includes like a lot of like thumbs up, but because the timing of forgiveness is gone, whereas your last impression is going to be the strongest. Now because it used to be, if you were talking about the old series, your last feelings of the game were either the ending and you never played it, or you stuck around for the DLC, which was immaculate and the multiplayer was good. So your like gut feeling about it was like tainted But oh man, there were some good memories we had along the way. When you play it now in the full package re-release, you go from like, man, this series is great, to I can't believe I ever liked it at all.
Jesus
within
Christ.
the span of like an hour.
Man.
Like, it's unbelievable.
It's so unfortunate, like, learning. I mean, I've heard so much about everything BioWare related over the years. And, you know, so I obviously I got the sentiment. But, like, now actually going through and seeing it, so of those flagship franchise, like, of the flagship BioWare names and titles, I've experienced Mass Effect 1 and both KOTORs. And just with that little sample that excludes all of Dragon Age, excludes Jade Empire, and excludes Mass Effects 2 and 3, like, just with those 3 games, I can see exactly how it's like, oh my god, so much potential for good storytelling, but also just why would you do this mistakes, you know? Or like release issues like with 2 where they like you can edit it back into being a good game, you know?
So I was talking to people and I was going over their history, and that out of their entire catalog of games ever, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which is the opening salvo of the company, and that was back when all of Obsidian was inside BioWare, right? Dragon Age Origins and KOTOR 1 are the only games that were not rushed to shit. Every other game they ever made, including Sonic the fucking Dark Brotherhood.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Was absolutely rushed to shit. If anybody doesn't know why the music is so bad in Sonic the Dark Brotherhood, there was some kind of technical or licensing issue with the music that was composed. So all the music had to be rewritten and remade from scratch in like 1 week before it went gold.
Man. I don't know how, like, after the first rushed fucking problem, you just continue to think, no, we have to keep doing this for everything else we're going to make.
Guess what? That has a name.
BioWare Magic.
That word is BioWare Magic.
Yeah. But I just know, but I mean the, like after that happens and it clearly doesn't work out, to just keep doing it until now everyone just thinks and goes, ugh. That's so sad.
On Anthem, one of the most telling things is the quote from devs at BioWare that wouldn't be named. And it was, Dragon Age Inquisition doing well, selling well, and winning awards was the worst thing that's ever happened to this company.
Huh. I don't remember that.
Inquisition was the moment where the team was like being crunched into like broken bones. And they were all just, I want to quit.
Okay,
hopefully,
and then
when
it paid
this
off.
game bombs, they'll finally change things.
And then it fucking paid off.
And then it didn't bomb.
See, at what point in this timeline equation does EA pressure become a factor?
The minute they were bought.
Which was?
I will go and get that. EA buys BioWare. Pandemic, October 11th, 2007.
Circa after Mass Effect 1, Dragon Age 2?
Mass Effect 1 came out November 16th, 2007. So they bought it 1 month before Mass Effect 1 came out.
Okay.
Dragon Age Origins was wrapping up its development, and plans for Dragon Age 2 came down, and the plans for Dragon Age 2 were do it in 1 year and make it explicitly for consoles and cut this, and this.
Yeah.
And that's when Mark Laidlaw saw the GDD for it and quit before Dragon Age Origins even came out. Because he didn't want to touch DA2 at all.
And that's also the same decree that they gave Aspire, right? For KOTOR 2? Obsidian and Aspire? Weren't they the ones that...
that was under LucasArts.
Because like, KOTOR 2 was also given 14 months to make the whole fucking thing.
Hold on. KOTOR 2, I don't think they even got... I want to say it was 14 to 16 months.
Mm-hmm.
And the part that is extra astonishing is that after it came out in... God, what year was it? KOTOR 2 release. It came out for the holidays, and I believe, it came out December 6th, and it was mandatory that it came out that year. Like, that was the hard deadline. It must be out 2004.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember reading up that in January, Obsidian wanted to put out a patch, and LucasArts' stance was, no, the game is done.
It's insanity. It's fucking insanity. Yeah. So it just, all of these things, like, even though we're not even talking about BioWare anymore, but it's still just that level of, like, just ridiculous crunch and stupid development. Like, in the end, it's a miracle that the quality that is here is even here.
It reminds me of the opposite situation that not a lot of people actually get to talk to unless they speak to devs that have worked on shitty projects or people who've QA'd terrible projects, which is stuff like, some piece of shit shovelware comes out and it's like, a 3 out of 10 and it's the most uninspired World War II shooter garbage, right? But it hits like the 360. And oh my God, who made this? And then you get a hold of those guys and they go, oh man, you have no idea how hard it was to get this thing to a state in which it ran at all. And we're actually incredibly proud that we were to turn around this shit in the 4 months we were given.
Yeah. Side note, Dragon Age Origins is just Dragon Age 1, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there like a re-release where they put the word Origins on it?
No, the reason it was called Dragon Age Origins was because its big marketing point was that you would start out as, depending on whether you picked a wizard or a dwarf, elf, human, etc., you would have 6 different prologue acts before you entered the main game proper, and that it would significantly affect the story whether or not you were like a dwarf or like a human noble or like a wizard or what have you.
But the first game to ever come out had the word Origins on it already? Oh, wow. That's rare.
That is the name.
That is... Okay, so I just assumed, because of the way Origins is used in every other piece of media, that
it's a prequel.
It's or a prequel or a re-release of the first thing, but you can't use the word one, so you just say, oh, yeah, that's, whatever Origins.
The
Marvel versus Capcom Origins.
Yeah, the naming convention for Dragon Age right now, by the way, is Origins 2 Inquisition 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it sucks, huh? Origins was supposed to be their next shot at making a game like Baldur's Gate, which was also one of the reasons why I had the Origins tag on it.
Oh, wait. Awakening is just DLC.
Yep.
Oh, so that's not another game. Okay, all right. Yeah, I know nothing about fucking... Yeah, all right.
It's good. Takes place in the Mass Effect universe.
Excuse me?
Not joking. Yep.
Oh my god, they canonically did a fucking Indiana Jones sees Han Solo's bones moment, or other way around. Han Solo sees Indy's bones.
There's a museum in Mass Effect 2 that has a statue of a Dragon Age enemy with a plaque that references that it's from some planet.
They can't resist. They can't resist. It's such a nonsense. Like, yeah, all right. Because you can either do that for like a ha-ha, or you can do that for like a no, for real. right?
You know,
And
the one that really gets me is that Warhammer and Warhammer 40K are happening simultaneously.
well, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say, if you're gonna do it for real, then like Warhammer is probably the best example of that that I understand, because it's like you're legitimately pushing these two things to the fullest, and you can see the connections, and they're doing all this shit. But what the fuck? What do you mean simultaneously?
The planet that Warhammer takes place on is surrounded by the warp, so you can't get to it via spaceships. But that's where it's at.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, people are telling me that's not canon anymore, unfortunately. Oh, bummer.
What the fuck? Like, okay. Well,
Hold on. This might be the most bizarre reaction I've gotten out of this, which is, unfortunately, that's not true anymore. Old canon, Pat's wrong, and that was never true.
Okay.
Which might be like, okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's confusing.
That's very confusing. Because my assumption was the obvious, which is there is an old fantasy setting and there is a future sci-fi setting, and that future sci-fi setting takes place in the far-flung 40K future of whatever the time was during the original Warhammer.
Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
It's like you take the Warhammer and then you jump 40,000 years into the future. And then now this is what's happening. Is that not what is happening? Because, you know? Is Spider-Man 2099 not, in fact, just Spider-Man advanced to the year 2099?
No, you know what? You know what? I'm going to invent something right now, and we'll see if I accidentally figured out what Marvel's explanation was. No, Spider-Man 2099 isn't the future of the Spider-Man you know and love. It's actually an alternate Earth where time passes slightly more quickly. So that the year 2021 would actually be approximately 2099. And
okay,
I bet they call it Earth 2099.
It's definitely a multiverse that has its own canon, but it's not 2099 of Earth 616. But I don't think time goes differently. I think it's just.
Oh, was I close? Apparently, I was close.
It is its own thing. It is not 616 2099. Yes. But like franchise and then franchise plus future date, it's reasonable to assume that we are moving into the future and following a story in the far-flung future.
We want the characters to have laser guns. That's what it actually means.
Because I just really, why wouldn't that be what Warhammer plus a futuristic date is? Why wouldn't it be Warhammer plus all this time has passed and now we're in the sci-fi?
What if it was robots? What if it was robots? That's it. That's as far as the brain goes on this.
Okay. Well,
so yeah, Mass Effect 3's in the bag. Boy, that game that release pack should
okay, no, fuck off. Batman Beyond is 100%.
Oh yeah, no, it's
because Bruce is right there and he's old.
It's Earth.
He's standing right there.
It's
the
Earth
same guy.
616B for Beyond.
Anyway, go
on. Mass Effect 3's in the bag. They should have put out a version of that game that edited out the garbage.
I was gonna ask actually, because the content restored mod made me think: has no group of fans gotten together and said, "Let's fix this and just write our own thing and then make it"?
The original Mass Effect 3 had a mod that shuffled around the last 30% of the game so that it wasn't as shit and that Citadel was in fact the ending now.
Oh.
So it was like the ending would happen, and then it would be like, whew, oh, thank God that's all over. Let's go chill. And then you do the heist, and then you hang out with all your buddies.
Okay.
And then it ends. And apparently, like, I've never played a game where just like going to the DVD menu and shuffling scenes could have made a bigger difference than Mass Effect. Like, it's astonishing. Just take this, and also, you know, content restored. I bet you could do a lot to this game with a content removed mod. Like, a lot of good.
God, what are the examples we always have? Kingdom of Heaven was just like literally the difference between like a 4 and an 8 as far as movies go in just the editing on the director's cut. Beyond Two Souls being told chronologically. If you remember.
Oh man. Yeah, Beyond Two Souls being told chronologically is great in one way, but also like a train wreck in another, because you discover that like scene motivations persist through scene chronology, but not real chronology.
There's no overall
like people
feeling,
leave a scene as a child with an emotional state and then continue that emotional state into a scene as an adult, which only makes sense in that order of events. But when you put them chronological, it's just a giant fucking mess. But at least the plot makes sense.
Yeah, the ability to but you see the problem with a lot of these discussions too, which sucks, is like if you fix it, then you have to question, like, well, one, like, is the fix gonna be so that other people's first experience can be this modified thing, you know? Yeah. I'm reminded of the discussion about Star Wars, the different orders, right?
I hate the discussion that has created, because now there's a bullshit watch order for everything that's always insane.
The modified watch order. Yeah. So God, I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was like, was it like 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6?
Yeah, I don't remember.
I think
like the most insane one I ever saw was watch all 9 Star Wars movies chronologically.
4, 5, 2, 3, 6. 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. That's what it was. And
skip 1.
Yeah. And you just get the Luke story,
God, that sucks so much ass.
The Luke story, the Anakin story, and the conclusion of both.
Yeah,
right?
That means you're going from the best movie in Star Wars to the worst movie in Star Wars back to back.
Well, you have to get through them somehow, in some way.
You don't.
And then the other thing is that there's the Phantom edit, which we did watch, and it was like the Phantom edit deserves credit because, like, yeah.
How much does it chop, dude?
All of Jar Jar, and like most time wasted, and I think it brings it. If I remember correctly, I think it brings it down to like 40 minutes or so. I think it brings it down. I might just be misremembering. I think it brings it down to like 40 minutes to an hour tops, and it just chops liberally. And you're like, yeah, got it, understood. Move on, next. You know.
It's because editors. I really feel like in film, editors don't get the fucking editors occupy the same world that the mixer does in the music business, where their involvement to the average person is completely invisible because they're not the one directing the shot or composing the tune or whatever, but they're just as vital as anybody else. And man, if you watch a movie with a bad edit and then watch it with a good edit, you really get that intense, like, oh my God, you can save some films in editing and you can sure as hell destroy them.
It's life and death. It really is everything. Yeah, okay. Well, if it were like me and like knowing and hearing everything I've heard about Mass Effect, like I would absolutely be willing to play a modified fan fiction version of the conclusion, and experience that, and then go back and see what the originals were and go, oh man, wow, okay, but so, have that better experience. But that's because I know what I'm getting into.
What's the wildest thing to me is I'm gonna go to How Long to Beat, because Citadel is the cherry on top that, while excellent, is so good makes the whole rest of the shit sundae taste worse by comparison. Right? So you get to see, oh, this is what they were able to make when they had no deadline and the resources they needed. It makes you feel actually much worse about the bad, so it ends up evening out. So How Long to Beat Citadel.
Side note, Phantom Edit's 119 minutes. Okay, yeah, no, it was not 40 minutes. I was exaggerating.
So Citadel DLC is main plus extras is 5 hours and completionist is 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
It's a $10 DLC that is halfway to being a full game by the standards of the 7th generation. And it is the best Mass Effect thing to ever come out. And it was made in like a couple months. But all existing assets aside from some levels. Right? And you look at that and you go, God damn it. If you made 3 Citadel DLCs with that small scope, you only go to like 10 rooms. That would have been like a 9 out of 10 game. Easy. Like that.
The way you're describing it, it keeps making me think of the after party in Age of Ultron.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Because it's like, oh, that was, even though Age of Ultron was the weakest, this was one of the best scenes in the entire MCU.
That's literally exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a bummer. There's a fucking arena fighting minigame in there that's the most in-depth minigame the series ever had. And it's just tucked away in a room as part of this $10 DLC. It's basically Space Yakuza.
Okay.
Like in its structure.
Okay.
It's literally like, hey, somebody called you at the bar. Go down to the bar. Oh no, there's mischief happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then mischief happens. And then you fucking leave and go do other mischief. There's no stakes.
That's it. Yeah, low stakes, hanging out with your friends and establishing their characters. Like that's
even
it.
even the heist thing. Yeah, that's the last I'll say. Even the heist thing has incredible high moments. In particular, it is the only mission ever in the history of that game that every single party member can come along. To the point where they go, okay, who are you going to pick? And and every single person over 3 games that is still alive is actually standing in front of you. And it's like 15 people. It's a huge cast. And you go, who are you going to pick to go? And you get to go, no, everybody, fuck it. And you do a mission with the whole fucking gang.
There you go, yeah.
And then I go do the ending, which includes saving Earth. And they go, who are you going to pick? And I go, you and you. And the rest of them leave. Because that was made before. And it's whiplash. It's terrible.
I love Ocean's 11.
They even wrote in dialogue for every character based on your total choices over the whole series. The 2 characters that went on the least missions with you ever complain about not getting picked.
Oh, wow. Nice. Okay.
Like,
okay.
it's... Oh, man. It's such a bummer. Oh, well. Well, that's it for Mass Effect, unfortunately.
Okay.
As for much better news, I completely... I talked about Goblin and vomiting a week or two ago about Dishonored.
Mm-hmm.
I've beaten Dishonored 1. I've beaten it. It's done. I stabbed many people, and I just completely got over that fucking mental hurdle, and it's in the bag. That's a good game, and it stays true to the immersive sim formula of the first code on the door is 451, and the last boss is terrible.
Oh.
I couldn't believe it when I got there. The last boss is some dude sitting in a room going, whatever, just kill me, I guess. I don't even care.
Is that...
You did it.
Does that depend on your chaos choices?
No, it's always going to be some loser in a room. It's always going to be lame. The last level can be cool, but the actual final confrontation and ending are terrible. They're fucking lame. Though, it also does the other immersive thing where the level at the 80% mark is the best level in the game. And this is of particular note because I had this happen to me and I knew I needed to tell you and anybody who hasn't played Dishonored on the podcast about it. Dishonored came out in the 7th gen. I think we're past the spoiler moratorium on a boss fight that's not even the end of the game. The game sets up an antagonist for you that you don't actually get to meet very often. He's essentially your rival character. His assassin has the same kind of blink powers. Is the person who does the assassination that gets you in trouble in the first place, yada, yada, yada. Captures you, tosses your gear. There's an optional objective to actually go retrieve your gear, which is an entire half of the level you don't need to do. You go get your gear back. You sneak up on them, and you find them talking with one of their goons in a room. And they're going, oh, dude, Corvo's like tearing ass over here. He's totally going to get here. I don't know what to do. And Dowd says, don't worry about it. What's that?
I don't know who that is.
Corvo's your main character.
Okay.
Dowd, your antagonist, goes, don't worry about it. I'll handle him when he gets here. And you get a bunch of conditions that pop up, which is take revenge and kill Dowd, or incapacitate Dowd, or rob him and leave to send him a message to punk him out. Right? So the first thing I do is I hit him with a tranq dart. Happens to be immune. Get into a fight. I lose. Okay. Second thing, try and choke out the other dude. Take him out. He summons like 5 more dudes. Get into a fight and lose. And I go, okay. I know what I'm going to do. I know how to choke this guy out and rob him, no problem. Dishonored has an upgradable power, which is bend time. And it is a bullet time, essentially. You move fast, everybody else moves slow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can upgrade that, and it's the most expensive upgrade in the game, and it is stop time. And you get 8 seconds of stop time. And in those 8 seconds, the rules apply as you would expect. Anything you are touching is removed out of the stop time, but anything you are not touching is stopped. Right? You fire a gun 4 times.
Actually, Dio stop time. Okay.
You fire a gun 4 times, time resumes, 4 guys drop dead.
Okay. That sounds identical to the Zowaldo.
In the second game, you can pull people's bullets out of the air. Like stop time.
Okay.
Like, it's exactly the same. So I go, okay, I'm going to teleport over here behind him on a little perch, and I'm going to stop the time. I'm going to drop behind him and choke him out like I've done to everybody else. And I do it, and he looks at me and goes, I see you. And starts to move towards me in normal speed. And it is the only game ever that I finally know what it felt like when Dio thought he saw him move.
That's fantastic. That's great. I wonder how much of that is intentional.
I don't know, but it like...
Because what you're describing And you said 8 seconds. I mean, it's if it was 9, it would be right on. But still, like, everything about what you're describing sounds really on the money to the point where I'm like, that sounds intentional.
Just instantly turns and looks at you, and then when the stop time, like, resumes, after the 8 seconds, he pulls all the other dudes in with him, and then stops time himself and says, "Now we're gonna have a duel that only we can fight," and you start having a fight in between your time stops.
Whoa! And that's an optional way to go about that. And that's an optional route.
Oh yeah,
to take.
if you don't have it, you won't see that.
That's amazing! Holy shit, that's super hype.
It's great. And then the whole game just crashes into a toilet as soon as you leave that room.
The fact that that's even missable and is not even the way to go, like, by default, that's like, you're fucking missing out if you don't do that. That's incredible.
Great.
Wow.
Awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest moments I've ever seen in a game, and I feel extra happy that being able to get through this mental block let me actually get to see it. I've been trying to play this game for 5 years. Yeah, Dishonored. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty good game. Yep. Though honestly, after that fight, you can just stop. The remaining level and confrontation is like fucking weak.
Okay. And did you get over your shit?
Just like Deus Ex.
Fairly quickly.
What's that, sorry?
Did you get over your shit on, like, fairly quickly?
After I did 2 streams of it. The first stream, I was near vomiting all over myself, and the second stream was completely fine, and after that, nothing.
Okay.
No problemo. And that's pretty much it for my week, I want to say. I might remember something later, but I don't think so. If you want to check out more stuff, you can go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Doing variety crap. Now that I'm done with Mass Effect, it took me 32 streams to finish Mass Effect. That's a long thing. So
that's following a lot of
that,
streams.
I'm going like hard variety until November. Like every single fucking day is going to be like a look at something different.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I know the feeling. Over on this side, finished off Raido Kuzunoha.
Hey, how about that shit?
Yeah, that game, the final section of that game fucking goes. It picks it picks the fuck up right in the final dungeon. The Aracana corridor is incredible. I didn't quite know what we were heading down for. I had some assumptions about Raido, and like I said, I was very confused about what I was going to get. For one, I confused it with I confused Devil Summoner and Devil Survivor, so I thought I was getting a bit of an
highly different.
Yeah, I thought I was getting a fucking whatever isometric turn-based game, turn-based strategy game, a little bit. But then I also thought Raido was going to be not a silent protagonist. Mm-hmm. And both of those things turned out to not be the case. But he's still very cool, and everything was great along the way. The final section of that game is where the SMT flavor comes the fuck out. And it's been there the whole time for sure.
You have your demons and you have your fusion, and that's nice. But the 1920s vibe is so overpowering. It's definitely exactly its own thing. And then you're entering the dark world, which is just like 1920s shadow version, you know. Well, it's purple.
Yeah. But then you get into the corridor, and it's like, now we are in a weird polygonal fucking time space
multiverse
corridor,
like air arena. It's a whole
res world. Yeah, you know? And like you're encountering these like souls and these spirits that are just like, some of them are people that are from time that are trapped in the wrong place and have no place to go, and others are like time tourists that are just like coming from a world where you don't understand their slang, but they're just like checking out Like, hey, cool, look at this timeline that shouldn't exist, you know? And it's like, wait, what? And it's like, yeah, like
it's
your whole
wild.
You know, and it's this fucking great thing where it's like, yeah, your whole timeline, your whole weird Taisho 20. It's like in the real world, that shit went to 15 and switched over to Hirohito. You shouldn't exist. Why are you here? What is this? You know?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and then you're connected to like this larger thing, and as you go through each room, and it's so cool because it's like it's becoming compelling without being expensive in any way, shape, or form. Like the stuff. Go ahead.
The biggest pop in that whole section is you walk over to what I believe is essentially a time window and stick your head in and go, what's going on over here? And you see like 4 lines of text describing 3 guys and like a hill. And you go, am I looking at what I think I'm fucking looking at?
So even before that, like you land and you're in the 20s, and each step forward you go through, you're now in the 30s and you're in the 40s and you're meeting people, and some of them are saying things, and you know, at one point you get some quotes, and I'm like, this is perfect timing because I just went through all of Dan Carlin Hardcore History World War II stuff, where I listened to a full, you know, thing about like that whole era and learning about the Japan in that in during the war. So you're getting quotes and stuff, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, that's literally Truman right there. That's him speaking, doing his speech, giving his ultimatum, you know. And then a couple of other things, and then some tourists are like, hey, yeah, I don't know, I come from my world, and we just, you know, it's like, oh, what are you doing? If you're in the wrong body, you can get, you know, like some bad things can happen, whatever. And yeah, as you hit the 70s, 80s, and then you get to the 90s, and you meet somebody who's like, oh my god, the missiles, the nukes, they're coming, the ICBMs have been fired, Tokyo is going to be at this rate. Yeah. And it's like, oh, that's straight up, yeah, that's SMT-1 going down right there. This guy, you know?
Yep.
And then like, fucking like 10 feet over from him is another dude who's like, something about the floods and the church and that gets built and shit, and you're like, that's straight up like the 20 years later after the Tokyo gets nuked, then the floods came and the Messiah cult and shit like that, and I'm like, oh my god, okay, so you were kind of just enjoying the timeline aesthetics that you were traveling through in Raito World, and then you realize like, no, and your theoretical corrected future in this corridor is heading straight to those games, which
are all apocalyptic nightmare disasters.
So like
horrible.
So it's a weird thing where you're like, okay, this could be considered canon because it is canon in that it's the wrong timeline.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
the logic is just SMT's 2 timelines over from now. All that changes is at some point in the past, demon summoning was discovered to be easier than it is here.
Yeah,
and
it's not
knock-on effect, so on and so forth.
Exactly. It's not like this thing of like, oh, there's just another world and we don't explain it, and that's nothing. Like Dino, you know, versus Devil May Cry or something. It's like, no. Mm-hmm. Like, it is acknowledged that this timeline is off, and who knows where the fuck it's supposed to go. The people upstairs are not a fan of when the timeline goes off, you know?
And then you get to the villain, and they're like, do you see this shit? Do you see how bad this sucks ass? And you, the player, with foreknowledge of just how bad it actually sucks ass in SMT2 onwards, goes, oh yeah, I kind of get it now. Yeah, it's actually really bad. It's like a global holocaust. It's a fucking nightmare universe. Okay, yeah, no, you'd be upset. Yeah, I get it.
And also, just like, as if it's not badass enough that goddamn Rasputin just shows up, beats your ass, and is like the ultimate, he's the ultimate fucking Gary Oak, in that he's just like, I'm so much better than you at what you do, you know? And then the layers of confusion where it's like, oh yeah, well, he's also part robotic, and no, wait, I think he might be full robot. Okay, no, wait.
He's a robot. He's a Terminator.
and then like it's like, and what the fuck, and like he's so casual, you know, as you're like watching your world practically come to an end. You're like, what the fuck is with this dude, you know? And then it's like, yeah, so he's actually a T100, straight up sent back, came down the timeline to a wrong alternate reality, took a left and hit Taisho 20 and pops out, and that's why he gives no fucks about what's going on, and also gives no fucks when he grabs you and throws you one timeline over where you can meet your alternate self, because he's like, your whole reality is wrong, who gives a shit, you know? And he just didn't do his job. It was incredible. It was fucking great. Yeah.
You can see why, like, people had always had fun with the whole SMT multiverse thing, but when Raito 1 came out is when the charts started getting made.
Well, it's the reason why it's so fun is because I expected it to be, you know, again, like you go into it going like, yeah, this is its own thing, don't think too hard about it. And then, but like when it acknowledges its own outsideness, I enjoy that so much more, you know? Mm-hmm. You know, it's a little bit of that, that first Star Trek reboot thing, where it's like, oh shit, okay, there's old Spock, and that places us in a completely different place where, you know, right, canonically the old universe is
fucked all that up.
Yeah, I didn't watch them, so I don't know where it goes. But yeah, just that initial thing, which I still think back on, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I like that. It's like, oh yeah, you know, portal over there, that's the other stuff, and this is where we are, and that's what they relate to. So that was a really fun thing. And in the end, yeah, I felt the weight of the age. I felt the weight, I felt that the game, like, you know, it's old. There's some clunky stuff.
There's the stuff that's clunky in that game was clunky the day it came out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not just, like, it actually aged pretty well. It's just the stuff that was like, oh, man, this movement sometimes is a little...
Yeah, I know. I could see people bouncing off of it, and it's at its weakest when you have to do solo demon stuff. Because once you have to switch over to control the demons directly, they move at the same pace that the enemy moves at, which can't be too fast, otherwise they'd be overpowered. So they're just slowly traversing the map, getting into fights that are in some cases like kind of unwinnable, you know, and then you go, and yeah, they're just like definitely not as smooth there. But again, I still very much enjoyed it, you know. That fucking dog you meet, I don't know if you remember, but like you meet this dog over at the Amazing Science Laboratory, and when you read its mind, like, well, because he looks like he has something to say, and then you read his mind, and he's talking, and then he's like, hey, you look like the kind of person that has a dream. It's important to always remember your dreams. And like, he's just this really chill, cool, friendly pupper for no reason.
This at all.
And then he asks you, do you have a dream? What is it? And you have to type it in. And you literally...
I don't remember this at all!
You have to type in your dream. And he goes, okay, I will remember that. I won't forget. And it's important to keep that in mind, you know? And he gives you a little pep talk. And every time you go visit him, he's like, yeah, I remember, you know, whatever. But it's just this random NPC dog in the corner of one, you know, area of the game. And you can just run by him the whole time. And then, as you make your way through the fucking time corridor, and you're dealing with all that shit, and you get past the SMT like references to everything, you approach like 20xdx, walking into the light to, obviously, time to go fight a god, time to go kill a god, right? That's what we're about to do. And that's like, who's...
You have to do every time.
You gotta go kill a god. And who's waiting for you at the end of the entrance to the light to go kill a god? The fucking soul of the dog that you met way back when. And that dog has seen some shit, because he's at 20xdx after every other date, and that dog is like, well, I've seen it, it's fucking terrible. Guess what, dude? Humanity sucks. You guys are awful. You're the worst. You ruin everything. Because he's seen past the entire franchise, right? He's seen past the 90s, he's seen past the 20s. He's gone all the way to the
past 3, 4, and 5 in different timelines.
100 years after the nukes went off, he got to watch how horrible it went. And he's like, I fucking hate you guys. I changed my mind. You suck. I can't believe it's all your fault. This is the worst, right? And then he's like, I bet you don't. It's like, I remember you, but I bet you don't even remember your own dream. And then the game asks you, type in your fucking dream. What did you write? You know, what did you say? With punctuation. Don't capitalize incorrectly. Don't use anything you didn't. Type it in exactly as you did, you know? And if you don't, then he's like, yeah, you're just like them. Fuck humanity, you know? But if you do, then he's like, oh my God, oh, you totally did. And then he like takes you to like a secret area and he gives you some final buffs before you fight the final boss. It's the coolest. It's so dope, you know? Like, damn, that dog is the best, you know? Yeah. Never forget your dream. And a totally random optional thing, you know, like it was a great adventure, man. What a good game. And in the end, you know, you also have like little moments where it's like, okay, well, we got to go stop this giant blood mecha, and that means we got to go to space.
Yep.
But you're not going to space. Pick one of your demons that you trust to go to space and fight for you. And then you send your favorite demon up, usually your strongest, to go fight a space boss, and then it sacrifices itself. You know, and you're like, damn, you fucking did it. Alongside your cat, and then you just go back to the devil summoner fucking Goma Den, and then you just buy back the demon you just sacrificed, because who fucking cares? It's literally, it'll cost me $30,000. Who gives a fuck, you know? Yeah. No, but it was great. I hear incredible things about the sequel. I hear you can summon 2 demons at once. I hear it's faster.
The number one thing is that it God. So it's funny because if you'd ever played Yakuza 1, this would be a much easier thing. But Yakuza 1 controls very similarly to Devil Summoner 1 in that they're really stiff. Okay. And the sequels to those games were like, oh no, oh thank God, I can fucking move. Jesus Christ. And you can also fucking shoot your gun.
Okay. Yeah.
You just pull out your pistol and just shoot people.
Well, you can shoot your gun here too.
Yeah, but it's a tap in 2. I forget what the difference is, but it's like I think you can switch between gun and sword just like
you can do that here. Yeah, you can do that here.
What am I thinking of?
Both in you could there's a sword button and a gun button, and you can switch your ammo to different elements, and that's how you capture things.
Huh. I completely forget what the
infinite ammo. I remember
there was a change with the gun was.
If it's infinite ammo, that sounds amazing.
Oh yeah, it's definitely infinite ammo.
Okay, because bullets are super limited in this, and you have to constantly buy more.
You know what? I'm just gonna send you this 30-second 13-year-old clip of new moves Raido 2 has, where he's got like all sorts of fucking judgment cut shit that you can manage to do.
Okay.
As a good example.
Wow, yeah, combat. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. No, and he just did a stinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got like the old stinger before, but it goes into follow-ups.
It's not Devil May Cry, but it's like approaching like an Onimusha.
Yeah. No, I mean, you had the old stinger was great, but now he's actually doing ha breakdown. Like, damn, okay. Well, that's cool. Well, yeah, I don't I don't imagine the I don't imagine the if they just continue what they did here, build off of it, that there'd be anything I would dislike, because like it fucking even this aged in such a way where I'm like, I still had a great time with it. So
did you emulate it, or did you play it on the original console?
I played it in its up-resed state.
Okay. Can you, because I never beat 2. could you send me whatever steps you took to up-res that?
Sure.
Not necessarily right now, but just in general.
Yeah, there's a couple of visual things that can
not
go
to
wrong.
do that by accident.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was talking to people about Metroid Dread on the weekend, and people were talking about running it in 4K, and I'm like, I would never want to infringe on Nintendo's copyright. So I asked people to send me a detailed guide on how you would do it so that I would make sure to not do that by accident.
So yeah, that's the first official SMT LP that I've ever done.
Oh, finally banged one out, huh?
Got one out.
No, I haven't done one either.
Yeah. Tokyo Mirage Sessions is its own thing. I'm not going to count that.
I mean, it says it right there on the fucking box, doesn't it?
It's TMS, not SMT. So.
Oh, that was after the era of them just slapping the SMT pentagram on every single game that came out from Atlas, no matter whether or not it was SMT or not.
And the one time they really needed it to be.
They really needed it.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Yeah. Super cool. And what else? Well, I did start and complete Squid Game.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Did you finish it?
Oh, yeah. I finished it when I talked to you about it last week.
Oh, true. Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, it good. You know, not much to say. Enjoyed it. And that's one of those things that, yeah, I'm definitely reminded of like some of the desperation in Old Boy, you know, some of the just that grime of like, oh yeah, man, when shit sucks here, or when shit, or in Parasite as well, just when your protagonist is just a bum, you know?
Yeah.
When your protagonist is a bum in all three of those, you know, and the other Chan-wook Park movies, actually, a bunch of them. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this. This always feels bad. It was good. It was good. It was pretty good. I liked what it did for the most part. I like most of how it wrapped up. I kind of, you know, we'll see whatever they decide to do with this franchise. It could be one and done. It could be more, but
I saw an interview with the writer who said that he's in no hurry to get a second season out because it took him like 8 years to write this one.
Okay, well, there you go. That's what I like to hear. Yeah. So when you hear that, and then you hear like, oh, and the sequel is being made, and they took a year to make it, then it's just like, well, fuck this. Just, you know, it's not. There's no way it's gonna be as lovingly crafted, you know. So yeah. That's really cool. And the only other thing I suppose is just there's a little. I'm glad they fixed the subtitles so that they don't have the dub title problem by the time I saw it. And I do kind of think I'm like, yeah, going into this, hearing the premise and all of that. Think about like how it would have felt if you just kind of randomly stumbled across it.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like you would, like, if you just stumbled across it, you would have been like, holy shit, whoa, what the, you know, versus kind of coming in with, unfortunately, some expectation based on, it being the number one thing on Netflix. But in the end, yeah, I don't have much to say in review.
Have you listened to any of the English dub?
Not at all. No, I turned it off right away.
I saw a comment that spoke to me dramatically, which was that it feels like watching MXC.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just... like, I don't know how to say this. You know, there's Jackie Chan movies that are dubbed, like, very well, with the actual standout weirdness being Jackie Chan himself. Dubbing himself is actually much more off-putting than all the actors around him.
Sure.
This is like... every second of watching it is like, oh, this is a dub of an Asian thing. just strong dub energy. And they did a really good job matching the mouth movements, which they focused on a little bit more than making the dialogue natural.
Makes exactly, yeah. I've told the story many times about lending my friend Old Boy, and she just popped the DVD in, and then it played the dubbed version by default, and thus she had the movie ruined because the dub ruins the entire movie through its like terrible translation and liberal changes to the script, so that like it spoils what the whole movie's about, you know.
Really?
It ruins the movie. It doesn't just, when I say it ruins it, I don't mean it like it makes it a bad experience. I mean it literally spoils itself through its dub. They change the script in such a way that like things are said that shouldn't have been said, you know? So in the end she was like, yeah, wasn't that great. And I was like, oh no. And then she kind of described that part, and I was like, oh fuck me. It was literally because of that, you know? So,
you know, it's a wonderful feeling, that feeling of like intense confusion where what are you talking about?
Yeah.
That's not how that scene happens. What are you talking
So having watched now all of this with like, you know, right on the subtitles with Korean, I know, especially for something being the number one thing, and also for Parasite, you know, getting the reception that it did, I know that we'll, like, people that are our age and younger, we're used to seeking out our own shit that we want to watch, and if it's from other countries, then we don't give a fuck. If it's good, subtitles, fine, we just watch it, right? And so for the most part, going forward, I think like younger generations and stuff are going to be fine, because we don't care what language it's in if it's subtitled. You want it the original performance. You want to enjoy whatever it is that the director put out. For, you know, if my I don't know, like my older like family, my auntie, if she's gonna sit down and watch Squid Game and stuff and is gonna watch it with the dubs on, she's like, there's just a thing where whether it's like I don't feel like reading or what, you know, we've been over this whole like thing of just the reasons
I
are.
don't know. Have I ever mentioned my father's point of view on dubs versus subs?
I don't think so,
because it might be the weirdest one I've ever encountered. So my dad, Monsieur Boivin, right? He's perfectly bilingual and hates subtitles. He hates subtitles so much that I have walked in on him watching movies in German and Italian with no subtitles, because he would rather ballpark it with his shitty knowledge of German and Italian
than actually
switch it
turn
to the
them
dub
on.
or turn the subtitles on.
That's so insane. Jesus Christ. Just raw.
Like, he only knows as much German and Italian that his dad taught him from like 5 to 15.
Okay.
And I've never heard him speak it once.
But the choice to just fucking deal with it is so like hardcore that it goes the other way in terms of like he hates the subtitles, whatever, but he's still watching it. It's insane, but he's doing it. The whole thing about like, nah, fuck this, I just don't care. I if I have to read the whole thing about like, no, I just won't watch it then. I just don't want to read, thus I'm going to miss out. Like, yeah, it's lazy and stupid, and I hate that. Like, I know that everyone has different circumstances. I know for some people the reading speed is just, it's slower, so it makes things less enjoyable. I know people might, you know, have their own like things. If you're like, I don't know, if you have like dyslexia or something that's affecting your ability to, you know, keep up with what's being said, it can make it a less enjoyable thing. But outside of these circumstances, for the most part, if people are just being like, I just don't feel like reading and being lazy or whatever, then I'm like, yeah, well then fuck off. Don't enjoy the thing then, right? Now,
I just had a thought about, it's even weirder than I thought, because I was like, oh, maybe it's he doesn't want to put his glasses on. But no, my dad's glasses are for near. He's farsighted. He could read those no problem. He's just stubborn.
I realize
just doesn't want to do it.
I realize that for that generation, for the, and for people who were just grew up not used to it, and for the entire like I remember multiple sitcoms and cartoons where the joke was subtitles, like I remember that being a gag
that too.
In multiple things, right? So knowing that never goes away because people are just scared of what they're not used to, and I can't enjoy this, it's not what right? It's stupid. That mentality is never going away. Fine, I accept that. And in this case with Squid Game, I accept that. Right? This is the number one show. There's a lot of people that have they're just babies, and they're just like, I just want to hear it in English, even if it sounds terrible. I don't care. Right? Fine. Okay, I realize this. My only thing is, at this point, if we have to do this, at least make it so that when you press play, by default, it's in the original language.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
At the very minimum.
Never gonna happen.
I just, so that it's like, it's not that same thing that happened when I loaned the DVD out. So that you're like, can we acknowledge that you're getting a compromised quality here, and that if you don't want to deal with the reading, fine, but you're getting the shittier version.
So what's wild to me, and I think Squid Game is a really perfect example to take this conversation about, because I mean the sub-dub thing for movies and whatever, it's an old argument, right? But Squid Game's plot is really simple.
Very.
It's almost like there's like no twists at all. It's exactly what it says it is in episode 1.
There's actually one twist I really didn't expect that changed my whole perspective of the whole thing.
But it's primarily being carried by some really intense, miserable, naturalistic performances, which, no shame on the people who did their best dubbing these people in English, are butchered outside of the actors' actual original portrayals. And it's like, I feel like we're talking about two different fucking shows.
Yeah, it's just, like if we can just at least be like, hey, the version that's gonna be good is, or not even good, like the recommended version is the one that's closest to what the fucking director made, That's all. Just press the play button and hit that. Because here's the thing, if you're not used to like any of the shit that, like, if you're not used to downloading and watching stuff, or like finding your own things, or just watching foreign things at all, watching things that are not just like regular North American media, you wouldn't think about changing languages, right? So my friend, who I loaned that DVD to, she doesn't consume that much like, imported shit, so she wouldn't have thought like, oh, let me change the language here. She just pressed the button, and I'm sure it'd be the same thing for for Punchwife, and for if I were to be like, oh yeah, here, just check this thing out, she wouldn't think about like the language and stuff like that. Like, it's just, I don't know, when you're normie brain doesn't think about like stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you just play the thing, whatever, So that's kind of how that turned out that way. When you talk about twists and stuff, like, again, just not going into details, it's so funny because you're right in that the show really doesn't have like, I mean, there's no real twists. There's more just like information, but like,
but I'll use a non-spoiler example of this, of how like untwisted the and clear the show's narrative is. In episode 2 or 3, a character looks at the camera and goes, "I'm going to get you."
Yeah.
And the framing of the scene is such that you instantly go, "Oh yeah, no, that's going to happen 100%." There's I don't know how it's going to happen, but that's
I believe it.
There's no doubt in my mind that might as well be a prediction of the future.
Yeah, no, I would say,
sure enough,
I would say the biggest twist is the first episode. Literally, like the end of the first episode is like, oh, okay, huh, and then the rest of it just plays out, So, yeah, that was good. whatever they do going forward, I hope they don't ruin anything. And also,
I'm telling you right now what's going to happen. Netflix is going to be like, we're going ahead with season 2. We contracted a season 2, write it. And the writer's going to be like, I don't want to. And they're going to be like, okay.
Someone else.
Here's the Squid Game season 2, subtitle baseball. And it'll be the Squid Games that take place in America.
Of course it will. Yes, exactly. And then we just, yeah. God, fucking the Ouroboros can't stop itself from devouring its own fucking tail. I just hope for good things for the Pakistani Korean speaking actor.
That dude ruled.
That was so awesome. That was just like, okay, I don't know how many roles there are for you, but I hope that a lot show up now, because Ali is great. And it's like, I'm like, dude, like, I don't know how much K-drama and K-pop and, you know, K-TV there is that's looking to cast a Pakistani dude, but I sure hope he gets a lot of work after this. That was great. That was super cool. You know? That's what I'm hoping for as a result of this. And I don't think
there's much work left for that old guy, because that is one of the oldest men I've ever seen in media.
It's pretty fucking old.
That dude's like 95.
Yeah, good stuff. And also worth mentioning, as we start our weekend recap, that the return of Dokapon.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Dokapon is back.
Oh no.
It has started, and it's going great. It's going great already.
Did a new game release? Or you guys just gonna decide to escalate it again until you stab each other?
So it's a different game.
Okay, that's why.
I was keeping my eye on. Well, everyone was as soon as it got announced. Dokapon Up was the Dokapon Cross whatever, another Japanese thing. And it was a crossover game that came out on Switch, and it was like, cool, is this going to get translated? Not officially ever, and I hear that fans are working on something, or that something might exist, but I was like, okay, I'll just keep an eye out for that, whatever, you know? But it's absolutely just one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I know there's a new thing here, but it was just like, there were some people that were kind of insane in going like, yeah, just start another one immediately. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Jesus Christ, you cannot do that, you know? You gotta give it... I'm down to return to this concept, but it's gotta be, one, have some time, and two, it's gotta be something, right? We gotta figure out something else. Just hitting the same mode again, I'm not as excited about. But I was doing some digging, and as we wrapped up with Raito, I was just taking a look, and I was like, oh, yeah, so I remember after Dokapon Kingdom came out, there was that DS game, the Dokapon Journey, that I was told about, but I was misled in that I was told that was a single-player adventure for DS. And it turns out, with a little more research, it's not. It is a pass-the-DS around multiplayer game.
How the fuck you gonna up-res it?
Yeah, so we are passing the DS around.
Yes.
And
that sounds like a complicated recording setup.
It's not bad. At worst, all it means is when you're fighting, you're not allowed to look at the TV. You know. That's it.
All right.
So you can't see what the DS is broadcasting.
You're adding the honor system to this fucking powder keg?
Well, it's not the honor system, because whoever is eligible to cheat has to make eye contact with the person who's not playing.
Oh.
You know?
What? That's so needlessly aggressive and intense. Why would you do it like that?
So when it's Reggie's turn to play and make a decision, Min has to look me deep in the eye, and then Reggie plays, and then the hot seat. Yeah. So that's the only difference, really. And then, but otherwise, the game and the map and the system, it's its own game. It's its own thing. It's similar in the basics and gist, but we're discovering that there are some things that are very, very different. And yeah, one session in, and boy, it just brings out. Anyways, so that's gonna be continuing. We started it last week, and also I'm gonna try to make sure that we don't take too long getting through it. So we're gonna be doing 2 sessions of it this week. And the plan is to, keep up a decent pace. But if you enjoyed Dokapon Kingdom, then be sure to tune into Woolly Versus, as we now have Dokapon Journey. And it is just as I don't know. I mean, just the worst in all of us just comes out and goes away as soon as the night's over, And there's one thing that I remember from the last time that we did this, and it is when you leave the session on a note where you're in shit or fucked over in some way, that hatred will stay in your heart the entire week, and you just have to learn how to deal with it. So, please look forward to Dokapon Journey. So we got that going down this week on the channel. And now that we've cleared the space, because we got some room for some Salt Party going on with Dokapon. We got some room. We've cleared off Rido, so we got space to do some other stuff. And I don't mind popping under the lid a little bit and letting you guys know. So the plan this week on the channel on Woolly Versus, we're going to be doing Dokapon for 2 sessions, and then get into fighting games on the weekend. And then starting next week, there's 2 things I want to do. One, I want to take a look at, there's a really cool thing. I mentioned before I left, I wanted to possibly consider Jet Set Radio. What I want to do is, there's something that just dropped, and it's awesome. In VR chat, there's something called Jet Set Radio Festival. And it is an amazing recreation of multiple levels of Jet Set Radio Future in VR chat, and you can dress up as the multiple characters and jump in and start grinding and spraying and doing and playing the game essentially in a giant Tokyo Toe. It's unbelievable.
I'm watching the footage of this, and this is high end.
It's incredible. It is incredible. So it is a celebration of Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future, and I'm absolutely gonna we'll have to possibly I'll see when I'll get the free slots to take a look at to go through the Future properly, because we did the old Jet Set Radio playthrough back in the early 2019. But I'm definitely going to do a special thing of just jumping in there, checking out this love letter to the franchise, and just appreciating the level of work put in is just something that Sega would never do. So that's what Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is for. But in the meantime, we'll enjoy it, and while we enjoy that, I also would like to take the opportunity to enjoy Too Mellow's Memories of Tokyo Toe Future, and just bump that while we play. So we're gonna have a nice little Jet Set Radio afternoon coming in the near future, because why the fuck not? We're going to celebrate it with Too Mellow's music. We're going to celebrate it with this amazing VR chat project, and look forward to that. I'll announce when that's going down. And with that, we still have another open slot. So why the fuck not put a controller in Reggie's hand and see what he thinks of Ornstein and Smoke.
Ooh. Oh, enjoy that.
Reggie versus Dark Souls 1. We do it.
So I'm gonna tell you this right now. I have one big piece of advice. Make sure that no matter what the person you're playing with says, that you don't let them use a weapon that's boring for the audience. I don't care what they have to say about their personal preference, but you dodge that bullet, okay?
I am doing things, as with Demon Souls, very differently. I have a very different style of going about this. I'm much more laissez-faire, and let him do whatever he wants and have fun however he wants. You know, just going back and reacquainting myself and taking a look, got that fucking partisan again, and I was just like, damn, I love this moveset. It's great. I love it. No one can make me not love it. I don't care. So, yeah. Have fun. What I'm going to do is I'm going to probably give the key things to keep in mind about, like, just know this, like, if you go magic, some of these bosses, same idea as Demon Souls, like magic, that stuff. If you go lightning spear, you just know that this is, like, this is what you trade off for it and such. But if he wants to go and build and play it however he wants to, then I don't want to stand in the way of that, because the most important thing is that you have fun with the character that you are playing yourself in the way that you want to play it. And magic, anything that's time wasting, we can do off camera.
Magic in Dark Souls 1, I think, is probably as good as it ever got. Like, there are maybe half of the game's bosses just don't know what to do to you if you're casting spells. They don't know how to handle it.
So that's what it is, and I fully. I know that stepping into this, and it was with Demon Souls, it was there too and such, and I know how things go. I know how people can get, and I understand, and I'm prepared for it. But it's funny because even right now, just mentioning the partisan, already some people just went like, oh, let it go, Wooly. Like, they still went right back to that place of like, you're not, you're raw, and it's just like, yep.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if that's you. That way.
That's you. You're the one. Nuts. You're the problem. If you have that, that's your problem. Mm-hmm. It's the ultimate So, anyways,
whatever you say, bud.
I picked it up and I was looking at it again and I was like, oh yeah, right. I remember what this was, and I remember the difference between the numbers and then the little stagger animation on the halberd, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was just like, yeah, I suck in a way that I think I'd end up choking with that. So, but no, it's I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be fun. And I just need to definitely refresh, because Demons was hot in my brain. I was playing through and playing the remake, and everything was right there. DS, it's a little further away in the memory, so I'm in the process of reacquainting myself. But like, I know that it's a much bigger game. There's a lot more I can fuck up, so I'm going to try and be as careful as I can.
Elden Ring totally got fucking delayed.
Yes, we'll get there. When he started Des, I was intimately familiar with the game, with Des back to front, and at this point, I have pretty good memory of a bunch of DS1, but I still need to go refresh. So I'll put that out there for now. But yeah, that's coming. That's coming next week. So please enjoy. And if you're gonna be a shit, which I know you're gonna be, at least be funny about it.
I'll try.
Yeah, no. Yes.
How's Reggie with left and right?
Mm-hmm.
That was. I asked you a question. Hey, how is he? And you go, uh-huh. What is that? What does that mean?
That means I see what you did there. Anyway, I don't think he'll have the same problems that I did, which were
like, I'm so fucking cursed, Wooly. Like, I ran all those games with you with the left-right thing, and that was funny enough. And then I started running the same games with Paige, and fuck left-right. Like, Paige, it's right in front of you. Where? Spin the camera. Like, I can't get away from it.
I really, like, especially in retrospect, like, I can't describe how much of a confluence of problems that whole thing was, because, like, what it boils down to is there's multiple things, right? And I remember it would go, and there was different iterations and explanations, and everyone, you know, wanted to, like, come at it as hard as they could. But the reality is, like, I did absolutely have a phase of my life where growing up I had, like, fucking problems with that, you know, and a bunch of other things because I skipped grade 1, and it's
a form of color blindness.
So that, like, the stuff that fucked me up, with that and with handwriting and a bunch of other weird things were just, like, they stuck with me for a long time, right? So I always know that there's a little bit of that, and I did get over that, and I do now, especially. I'm like, okay, no, like, that's more or less sorted, but there was that little slight delay. But when you compound it with the fact that it's when a game goes horizontal inverted, vertical inverted, and I'm like, I don't know what it is that I want. I just have to feel it. And that makes it so that, like, because I don't know, I then have a moment of, like, wait, hold on, which way am I trying to look when I turn the camera this way? And, like, I have an extra moment of thinking about it that otherwise doesn't apply when I have to you know what I mean? So it's like, it's just those two things that lead to it. It was horrible.
I'm gonna do something for the people who are watching this live, because they keep mentioning something, which there is one moment in my life where I felt exactly the same way you did. There's a encounter in FF14 called Omega 11, in which you fight Omega, and he has an attack called that are designated as Starboard or Larboard.
Okay.
Because Larboard is the old name for port.
Right, okay.
And Koji Fox is a fucking linguist asshole.
I see.
And it is like doing that the first time and the 10th time was like, seeing that come out was like a suicide button. Because you're like, I cannot for the fucking life of me remember what fucking direction Larboard is supposed to goddamn be. What the fuck? That is terrible. Only to find out later that Larboard was the original name of, you know, the side of the boat, and was changed to port because it ended up killing too many sailors.
Oh.
Because in a storm, you go Larboard.
Larboard. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And they would fucking die.
So, you know, that's one of those things where when games came out that were like, hey, choose your setting, inverted or not, X or Y.
Oh, that's the worst. Because what the game decides is inverted is sometimes different from reality.
So that always fucks me up. And what I want is when the game says, hey, look up. And then you choose naturally what your finger does. And it goes, okay, cool, that's what you want. Hey, look to the left. And then you choose naturally what your finger does. And it goes, oh, okay, that's what you want. Or is this what you want to do? And it confirms it. And I'm like, yes, please.
Every time I load up an Atlas game, I remember that Atlas, for whatever reason, has the opposite belief of what left and right on an analog stick mean for a camera. And so they go, do you want to invert it? And I go, no, I'll use normal controls. But their controls are inverted compared to every other game that exists. There's only one game that I can think of that did this correctly, and it was Bad Company 2, where they put you in a ditch and they say, look up at me. And whatever direction you hit on the stick becomes up.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Perfect. Such a good way to do it. Anyway, no, Reggie was pretty much okay with a lot of that navigation stuff, and if anything, he was just, it's like, hey, well, you see a level once, you don't have it committed to memory yet, or twice, you just take a couple times, and we would move at a pace where sometimes, like, coming back to that zone, a couple days later, it's like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot what was over there, or here, but it was fine for the most part. So
hey, this is a bit of an aside, but you want to hear absolutely, like, we're talking about analog sticks and inversion. You want to have a good laugh, go look at the reviews for Quake 2 on the PlayStation 1, and that game uses something very similar to the modern controls of, like, left right is strafe on the left stick and cameras on the right. And all the reviews are like, oh my god, these controls are terrible. It takes hours to get used to them. They're so awful. It almost and there's an Alien game that did it slightly before it that has the same thing, where it got, like, terrible reviews for bad controls.
Because no one had twin stick navigation down yet.
Yeah, because they were the first two twin stick games.
Before that, all you were doing is D-pad to strafe and L and R to rotate.
Or even what the left analog stick would work like the arrow keys, right? And left arrow would be turn instead of strafe, and strafe is a different button on your keyboard entirely.
That's what I just said, yeah. So Mega Man Legends.
Or a fucking, what do you call it? GoldenEye also did that as well, I think. But the C-stick buttons were at, like, a better place for that.
Yeah, it's interesting because it then goes on to become the fucking the gold standard. Anyway, that's coming down the pipeline. So please look forward to some cool shit over on Woolly Versus. We try to bring banger after banger if we can, while also taking the time to prostrate ourselves and suffer for your enjoyment. So that's over on Woolly Versus on Twitch and on Twitter. Rather, on YouTube. Not to mention, the latest Gone in 60 Seconds also dropped. So that was on Sunday. And yeah, please enjoy the upcoming schedule. Should be a good time. Let's take a quick bathroom break.
I will.
And then be back with the rest.
See you guys in a minute, or 0 seconds.
Okay. Quick word from our sponsors.
I got a chip.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Manly Bands.
Yo, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe if I had gotten a manly band, I wouldn't have broken my ring in a door.
Yeah, that's the problem with... That's no good. That's a scary-ass occurrence. Well, fortunately, that hasn't happened. I got my manly band over here. The Record Producer is what it's called. And it's the one that has cool, smooth, black ebony on the outside and gold on the inside. It's a pretty slick design. I'm a fan of that one. But yes, they are basically a simple and easy and painless way to go about getting yourself a wedding band. There's a lot that goes into the process and a lot you want to think about when it comes to picking out the right ones.
Listen, you're getting married. You already have plenty to worry about. Don't let your ring be something to worry about.
Yeah.
Save that anxiety for all that other shit.
And and when it does come to the ring, you're probably you're focused a lot on the ring you're getting for them. So the one that you're getting for you, you just whatever. Afterthought. How you gonna get the job done? Just whatever. What can you do? Well, Manly Bands has a ton of pretty cool options available in terms of style, fit, size, all of that. What they do is they send you a ring sizer so that you right off the bat get the perfect fit. Once you know your size, then they've got a huge selection of material to choose from. You can pick whatever you want: gold, wood, antler, steel, dinosaur bone, and even the meteorites that killed them. These are all materials you can work with. I think I saw one that was like Jack Daniel's barrel oak. So you can just get creative with it. They got a whole... Yeah, there you go. Whiskey barrel. You got the whiskey barrel Jack Daniel's collection as well. If you happen
Wife
to be...
making you get back on the wagon.
Just suck on that ring.
Have a little bit of that memory that you can just suck on. And when she's like, what are you doing? Be like, I just love you so much, darling.
Mm-hmm. So, that's you got a lot of wild choices out there. And, of course... you've got a free shipping worldwide, 30-day exchange policy, and a free warranty. So, yeah, check out Manly Bands when you need to get that wedding ring sorted out. Remember, while there's a 50% chance of your marriage working out, there's a 100% chance you're going to love your band. Once again, on the copy itself.
That's so sad.
So, check them out. Order Manly Bands. To order your Manly Band, get 21% off plus a free silicone ring, go to manlybands.com/superbeast. That's manlybands.com/superbeast for 21% off. Manly Bands, best damn rings around. Thank you.
Thanks, Manly Bands.
The podcast is also sponsored by Uncommon Goods. So, if you want to be pretty clever about your gift giving, if you want to start figuring out, how to shop for people in your life and how to be a little original about it, Uncommon Goods. Yeah, Uncommon Goods is good. Is good. You can... A lot of people... Okay, look. Personally, I think I'm a pretty solid gift giver. I think I'm pretty good at making picks and nailing things that are a little bit like unexpected, but still handy to what the person needs. And I feel as if I can appreciate a service that is all about that type of getting people that type of thought, because you don't want to be that person running around the Walmart the day before going, oh my god, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna get? I've seen that look on people's faces. It's not fun. Uncommon Goods is basically about getting you original gifts for birthdays or for the holiday season or just whatever other needs you need. What other needs you have for getting people gifts. Personally, I was looking around and I'm trying to think of what's the type of thing that Punchwife could use, considering it's been a couple years and a couple of gifts under the belt, and here's something I noticed. I noticed that every time that she's interested in plants and greenery around the house and having a little bit of life and such. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, every time a plant enters her clutches, it fucking dies. God bless her. God bless her. She cannot raise anything for shit. It just. I mean, I peeled it back. We went from the greenest of little growable greens to the simplest of a cactus, and it's like, oh my god.
Wait, no, you are not telling me she killed a cactus.
She killed a fucking cactus, bro. So then I discovered that Uncommon Goods,
Paige doesn't know what I'm talking about. Punchwife kills all plants in her vicinity.
Me too. Why do you think we have no houseplants? I can't keep them alive to save my life.
Death aura.
What is going on?
It's the death aura, right? So get this. Turns out Uncommon Goods has a selection of self-watering plants that even have little pods and stuff that you can customize, and you set in, you don't have to worry about it. And it takes all the murder out of the equation.
You don't know that.
You have to go out of your way. You have to go out of your way to fuck up with these ones. So we'll find out. We'll find out how it goes, But I think it'll go well.
Your house is gonna burn down.
I think it'll be okay. And you know what? It was a big hit. It was her birthday just yesterday, and she loved it. So there you go. I think as long as the house doesn't burn down, it's a win-win.
That's
Happy
incredible.
gift, no burning. And then we can just, I'm telling, anyways. Deathfield. So, there you go. I would consider that a personal story about how well this works and how useful this can be. Uncommon Goods is what you want to do. And with every purchase you make, they give $1 back to a nonprofit partner of your choice.
Oh, that's nice.
So they've donated more than $2.5 million to date. If you want to get in on this, get 15% off your next gift, go to uncommongoods.com/superbeast. That's uncommongoods.com/superbeast for 15% off. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. That's Uncommon Goods. They're all out of the ordinary. There you go.
Thanks, Uncommon Goods. Really appreciate it.
Yep. And lastly, over here, the podcast is sponsored by HelloFresh. We've talked about the measured ingredients you want to get. And they got seasonal recipes, all that stuff. Skip in the grocery store, straight to your doorstep. Make cooking easy, simple, pre-packaged. You don't have to worry about it. You get to feel like a big chef fancy pants.
Listen, HelloFresh is the difference between me making a nice meal, I think it was curry with rice, right? Or me just eating half a bag of completely uncooked pasta.
Which can literally kill you.
No, it can't.
If you consume uncooked pasta, I heard that if it cooks in your stomach or something bad happens, it can digest badly.
What am I doing to cook it? Am I holding a lighter to my stomach?
I heard that eating uncooked pasta can seriously fuck you up. I don't know about kill you, but I've heard it can seriously fuck you up.
Hurt you.
Except for that one special kind that's made to be.
Anti-nutrients. What the fuck is that? Anyway, yeah, don't do that. You should probably make food, and HelloFresh will help you with that.
Wait. Okay. All right. Your body can handle it, but but don't get yourself salmonella poisoned.
No, they contain anti-foods. Anti-nutrients that will eating raw pasta frequently can make you mineral deficient.
All right, listen. It's time to stop trying to feed yourself and just have someone who knows how to do this feed you instead. And that's perfect when you get the HelloFresh with the pre-measured ingredients and the seasonal recipes. It's there you go. Right? No.
Paige brought me this coffee.
There you go. Oh God. It can all go wrong, but that's if you trust in your own self. But if you trust in these wonderful pre-measured ingredients, you can feel accomplished despite doing shit all. But you're saving time. So yeah, get into it. You got 50 menu and market items that you can choose from every week. Lots of variations: calorie smart, vegetarian if you would like, gourmet, all types of varieties for the different diets that you might be checking out. And you got yourself also a price saving when it comes to 30%. When it comes to HelloFresh being 30% cheaper than other grocery stores with the pre-portioned ingredients. So go to hellofresh.com/superbeast14. Use code superbeast14 for up to 14 free meals, including free shipping.
14 free meals? That's at least 3 days.
At least.
Of meals.
I'm doing 2 a day plus intermittent fasting. So I could get a solid week out of that. Yeah. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast14 using code superbeast14 for up to 14 free meals, including free shipping. There you go. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Thank you.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
All right. So what's going on in the news?
Hey, let's talk about news. I'm worried about Tim Rogers. I think Tim might have finally lost his fucking mind this time.
What's going on?
You remember how he did the action button reviews back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
So the Tokimeki Memorial one was actually 9 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? And that was 6 hours long.
Yeah.
And he put that one out a couple months after the Pac-Man one, if you remember, right?
Sure.
And then he said, I'm going to do Cyberpunk. And then worked on that shit for like a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he uploaded it like 4 days ago after an export process that took like 8 days. And it's hit 360p as of like an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucking thing is gonna be like a fucking full season of a TV show.
I'm just glad that he took to video like a duck to water after the incredible writing from over a decade ago back on Insert Coin.
You see his Kotaku stuff?
The video series? I saw there was a short video series. Yeah, I did check out some of that.
There's a playlist somewhere that's like just every video Tim's ever made. There's 127 of them. And they're all bangers. They're all fantastic. My personal favorite is How to Avoid Spoilers, in which he describes all the things that could be a spoiler and describes going to see Endgame without knowing what the movie's title is. And just to be absolutely certain to not be spoiled, going to go get an eye exam the day beforehand so that his pupils are too dilated to read.
Good.
So that he didn't get just last second spoiled by early viewers.
Good. It's good. Strong. Yeah, no, that's a good reason to be concerned. You're worried about Tim Rogers. I'm worried about Yay.
Who?
Yay.
Who would that be?
That would be Yay. That's his name.
Who would that used to have been?
The artist formerly known as Kanye West has officially changed his name to Ye. No last name, no middle name, no first, just Ye.
Does that make it easier to live in the stadium?
And float outwards, perhaps? Maybe. Even though it's not actually you, it's someone else, and you're standing to the side. I think that at some point, if you are doing that thing where you change your name, your legal name, into something else as a performer, that's the point at which you probably were already gone and out of touch and with reality, but like that is where you're so gassed up on your own juice that there's just no saving you. And the artist formerly known as Prince also went through similar troubles.
I'm going to give you my armchair analysis here, Wolves.
Mm-hmm.
Prince might be the absolute, like, put his fucking face in the dictionary or encyclopedia of narcissism. Like, he should have changed his name to Narcissus at some point.
Sure.
Motherfucker was just high on himself forever.
Sure.
That's very understandable. Kanye's ill. Kanye is clearly, visibly ill. I'm not going to sit here and
he's talked about it.
Got.
He made an album talking about it too.
Right, like dude's not doing well. That's why he's having the shenanigans and the fucking the stadium and all that shit.
Yeah, no, this we know. We are aware. He has talked about his bipolar, and he has talked about other things.
That's out in the because I would have guessed bipolar, but I didn't know it was like commonly known.
Well, the cover of one of his albums is it's just a screenshot. It's a picture of a mountain, and it says I hate being bipolar. It's awesome. Right.
Yeah. Okay. That's all right.
And then on the album, there's a verse where he goes off and basically says this. It's my superpower. You know.
Mm-hmm. I bet it feels that way.
No. So I'm. This is not news. This is well aware. That being said, the legal name change is always the place where you're like, yep. Oh, there. It's the ultimate. It's the ultimate. Like it's a identity tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
I've never heard that term before. Yeah, that's a good way to phrase that.
I just made it up, you know, but like it is, that's what it is. I hope you don't regret it. I hope I hope that's what you really, really want. And in particular, if it's like, you know, I'm not talking about like a Cassius Clay or something like that, where it obviously has a purpose that you understand.
That had a completely different. That was a moralistic.
Exactly. No, exactly. And you know, I mean, Yassine Bey as well. Like that's that's Mos Def. Mos Def. He's a rapper.
Okay. I'm remembering him from something else. And at the time, I was like, that dude's a rapper.
He was in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
There it is. Oh, what a weird fucking role for him.
Yeah.
I remember being weirded out at the time.
Yeah. There you go. So, like, definitely not that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure Snoop Lion, for that phase that he went through, that was
a real name change, or was he just...
No, it wasn't. It doesn't count. So, like, that's not the same thing. If you change your performer name... Like, when Puff Daddy became P. Diddy, he didn't have to legally go change his name at a fucking court, you know, to go call me P. Diddy now. Sean Puffy Combs.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, his name is Sean Combs.
It's just he just said, "Hey, man, I'm changing my nickname.
I'm changing my tag." Exactly. No, this is not
me going, "Hey, guys, don't call me whatever. Just call me Pasta Rat from now on."
Yeah, no, it doesn't count if you're changing your gamer tag. Okay, Like, it ain't the same shit. But if you
what is
change
your real name other than your normie tag, Wooly?
well, if I change my name legally to the Warrior, I might not be okay. You know.
That's true. That might be a good example to choose.
So yeah, that's what it is, and you're just like, well, I mean, you know, there's always the thought of like, I hope he's got people around him, but clearly, that's not the case. If you know, the shit that happens on a regular basis. But yeah, yay.
Oh god, I thought that was like a sarcastic, like gleeful shout about the upsettingness of the situation. I had completely forgotten that was what he's going by now.
Yeah, no. That's what it is. And, you know, for what it's worth, I mean, it definitely there was I remember when I first heard about him was when College Dropout came out, actually. And when I went to go check, and when I went to check it out, and I saw the name, and the first couple times my brain just auto corrected to Kane. I thought it was just a misspelling of Kane. You know?
Oh yeah, you know, and he had the fire, and his dad Paul was there.
Well, not with an I, but with a Y. You know, I thought it was a fucking elite spelling of the name Kane.
Wow.
You know? And he actually I think he actually says like some of my plaques still say Kane or something like that. So like other people misspelled his shit early on too.
Yeah.
And he has clearly surpassed that mistake ever being made again. So, you know, there's that. But yeah. Always these types of stories with the name change, you always just go like, oh man. I don't know if Madonna did or didn't.
Oh, who gives a shit?
But yeah, it's always just to like there's a thing where you're like you should have your life as a person, as an individual, as a civilian, and then you should have your entertainment/entertainer thing. And if you have a gamer tag,
hold on. The way you just read that out implies that being a musical entertainer is on the same level as being part of the armed forces.
No, civilian. Okay. No, I'm just like it's just again when the idea of being gassed up on your own shit, right? If Lady Gaga changed her name officially to Gaga, it'd be like I guess, you know, but like don't you know? I'm like the name your mom gave you, you know. If you care about that, then, you know, that should be a thing. In this particular case, like, the man is... Well, anyway. If you care about the name Donda gave you, you know... Anyway. Yeah. Other stuff going on. 1. Elden Ring. Delayed 1 month. From January 21st to February 25th.
Boo!
Whatever, it's, you know, it's a month. That's fine.
That's a last-second mistake.
Yeah, let him fix it. Polish the shit out of that thing. Alongside the announcement comes that a closed network test is going to be happening as well. So, yay to that. You might get a chance to touch it sooner than expected. In November... Specifically, November 12th to 15th, there will be a closed network test going down on all consoles. So PS4, 5, Xbone, and XX.
What about the Switch?
Yeah, PS4, PS5, Xbone, XX. So there, you know.
So the weirdest part is that if you're in Europe, you need to sign up to get a code. But there's no mention of that for North America or other regions, which makes me think... I spoke to somebody about that, and in the past, when they have done these kinds of network tests in the different regions. The reason why some use codes and others don't is the regions that don't use codes put the fucking server download up and just let X amount of people in, and then they shut down logins.
Yep. First come, first serve. Get velvet roped, and that's that.
So if you actually really want to try and get a hold of that, you'd probably be better off making a European account and trying to get a code.
Little bit of a little footage popped out of nowhere as well, and showed off a character walking around on a mountain and then jumping a bit.
Yeah, the jumping fucking threw me.
Yeah.
I know it's like, haha, a video game man did a jump, but like...
Well, more specifically... Well, to me, I saw it and I was like, oh yeah, Sekiro was the last thing.
Right? But at the same time, seeing a Dark Soulsman just leap off the ground straight up, not after a pitched sprint, is bizarre.
It's a little, it is. Takes a second, What was hilarious is, of course, because I'm looking at that, I'm like, all right, so, there's going to be the frame-by-frame breakdown, and it's like, what are people going to focus in and zoom in on in this footage of nothing pretty much happening? It's just a cliffside, jump, walk, jump, camera turn. Very, very just innocent. And then it's like oh God, panic. Panic and fear because... the position of the sword is tilted downwards in his idle animation.
Like Dark Souls 2.
And that's DS2. Whereas in DS 1, 3, and Bloodborne, it's tilted upward.
Yeah, well, guess what? The tilted down is better.
I mean, it's less stress on the wrist. It makes sense. But it's like, oh shit. Oh no, it's the DS2 animation. Everybody panic.
Also, you can see a poison swamp in the background, so god damn it, we're gonna do that again. Mandatory, every time. And there's a Skyrim compass.
I mean, to me at this point, it's almost as if... Dude, like complaining, like the poison swamp shit, it's like, yeah, and guess what? You're probably gonna see a fire and an ice level too. This is video games.
Get the fuck out.
It's what we do.
Get out of here. God damn it.
What are you going to do without those things? Think of something else? You fucking crazy? Invent elements? That doesn't make any sense. Who makes things up?
Nobody.
It's hard. So that is coming in November. Other things going down. We talked not long ago about the fact that Sega had to shut down the arcades that have been open for 25 years in Japan.
Yeah.
In Ikebukuro earlier.
Classic Club Segas.
But silver lining is it looks like they've confirmed they're opening up a new arcade center. There's it's being called Volume 1 of an Ikebukuro project where they're opening up a 5-floor arcade center. So everyone was thinking that marked the closure marked the end of an era and that it was all fucking over for the arcades and we're starting to hit the decline in Japan too because, the decline happened everywhere else worldwide. But across the street they're opening up a place and it seems like they might keep it alive for a little bit.
All
the crane games
totally pointless.
I mean, look, the crane games and the purikura are going to absolutely encroach, and the actual machines will be relegated to like less and less space. I have no doubt, but I'm happy that something exists. Even if you got to fight for it a little bit. So just a little update to that story. Then we got the latest from Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl. There was a big tournament that had to ban Michelangelo.
Oh no!
And it looks like across many other events, Michelangelo might be banned. Banned already.
Well, why?
Because it was discovered that when you do his down special spin shell attack in midair, you can regain his jump without spending his second jump. And that effectively allows you to float forever, anywhere you want, recover forever, and if you want to, stall the game out forever. So the game being broken,
just go hang out in the corner.
Yep. So they did tell us, hey, that shit's busted. Crack it open, have fun.
Second spirit infects another.
They found it. They fucking found it. Yeah, you can just bum the fuck out and spin and jump forever. If it and it's funny because the video where it was discovered, the guy who put it out was like, so this is in the game. This is what we found. It could be a problem. You could stall with it or whatever. Please, please, please don't take it out completely. You can just change it so that it actually uses the second jump, or but it's a very fun thing to have. Just fix this, but just get rid of the stalling opportunity. But please, please, please don't take it away completely. And we'll see what the response will be. But as it stands for now, Nick All-Star Brawl is getting its first taste of Meta Knight fever.
I figured this would happen. I didn't think it was going to be as blunt as, like, a character just flying up into the sky and timing shit out. Like, that's always the lamest way that these can break.
Yeah, and it's also, like, in certain, like in Marvel, there's ways to stall the clock out completely as well. And, like, if you get caught doing that, like, you're banned. Yeah, like, that shit's, it's just, when you see these techniques, you're just not allowed, So, oh, and what is there? Yeah, okay. As of yesterday, it's been patched. Well, that's cool. There you go. Update. Seems like it's been patched. They did say break the shit, and sure enough, people did.
I gotta say, Nickelodeon All Stars is a title that I will be saying the entirety of every time I talk about this game.
You don't want to say
everything about it makes me nervous.
Sure. You can just say NASB.
Did you ever see that fucking audio from their Halloween promotion, like from 10 years ago?
I heard.
What the fuck are they thinking over there? They gotta get that shit in order. Oh my god.
Right. Other things, speaking of, well, more than fucking 10 years ago, if you want to take a blast back to 2003.
I don't. That year sucked.
Okay, well, if you want to, and if you've got a couple G's, you can purchase your very own Infinium Labs Phantom
Get the fuck out.
prototype console, because someone has found the physical console.
I can't believe this.
And has put it up for auction. It is currently at $3,100. The ultimate
steal
in vaporware. I've sent you the link. The ultimate in vaporware. They found the hardware. It exists. It runs. When you turn it on,
wait, there's actually like something in the box. It's not just a shell.
So you can look at the shell. It's a shell on a PC, is what they describe it as, right?
Oh, of course it is.
And this is what they initially had back from 2003. You boot it up, and the Phantom logo glows and lights up. All right. Once it does, it then actually boots to some kind of OS, and there's nothing to run on it. There's nothing to use or play, but it does boot, and you can turn it on and take a look. For anyone who has no idea what the fuck we're talking about, back in 2003, this company came out of nowhere called Infinium Labs, and they proposed to introduce the world to the first all-digital console. And
2003, can you fucking believe that?
I mean, that's the thing, is it's definitely something that the future would have in store, but this was trying to do it like, what? 5 years after
fiber internet didn't exist.
Like,
like, come on.
5 years after, like, the hottest year for video games ever. You had, like, all right, let's go all digital. And also, they talked about how they had dozens and dozens of AAA developers on board. And it was this insane campaign on their website that was built on just lies and foolishness. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say Penny Arcade were the ones that kind of broke the story.
Yeah, they decided to try and have some interviews, and those got denied. And then they tried to find like the fucking office,
and they found the physical store.
They both could and could not find it. They found the location that was listed as the office.
Yes, they found the empty building. They found the empty building that was listed as Infinium Labs headquarters. That's correct. And the commercial, and I'll never forget that voice. The Infinium Labs, the Phantom, coming soon. It's the ultimate in vaporware. It eventually, it disappeared and then reemerged in 2004. And then they said, like, no, it's going to be the slim model that we're going with. And they started showing that off. And then, they said, oh, no, we changed owners. And it disappeared and came back again in 2005. And people are like, are you still fucking doing this? And they're like, what developers? Who's working with you? And various other developers were like, yeah, we have no idea. We haven't heard shit about any of this. And then it actually went vapor, So now, as we fast forward 18 years
get
later.
Any money from anyone in this scam? Like, I never understood the purpose.
I think the purpose was similar to when Mainframe was gassing up the reboot, and nothing would happen. I think it was a scam trying to get an angel investor to show up, and shell out cash. You talk up a big thing about the nothing that you have under the in the mystery box. And then if someone comes along and goes, I'll invest, that sounds amazing, then you did it. You won. You successfully scammed.
This is going to take over the industry. I'm going to be a hojillionaire.
Yeah. So all of that it's an empty fucking PC. But they were hoping that, I'm sure, someone would come along and get on board and angel invest the whole project. Well, didn't happen. And it turns out that, I don't know where they got this. What did they say here? They found... There's a breakdown. You can read about it. But anyway, for a mere $3,000 currently. When I first looked at it, it was a
coffin that washed up from sea. Considering
that the Nintendo PlayStation was also discovered, I feel like anything can be found.
I think the Nintendo PlayStation's discovery is my favorite way any of these could possibly be discovered, which is I went into my uncle's attic and it was there. It was just sitting there.
From a fucking, empty auction where just do you want all this shit? I don't know what's in it. Yeah, sure. Throw me a number for all of this shit.
Imagine the look on someone's face, because I can only imagine that the Infinium Labs prototype console passed by many people that looked at it and go, I don't know what this piece of shit is, before somebody's eyes lit up and go, is that the fucking Phantom?
yeah, exactly. No, I definitely, and you need to make sure too that it's not that it's a digital only proposition in 2003 that is the main problem here. I mean, it's a ridiculous proposition to make considering how nothing was digital then, but it's the entire scheme and lies and empty parking lot story that followed with their announcement. And it was brought about similar to the Ouya and the Amazon Fire thing, or the whatever it's called, I don't even remember the name of the Amazon console. Luna.
That exists. That's new.
And
People
and
send me updates on that thing.
And the God, what the fuck was the Stadia and shit that just comes out and is like, hey, we're real. We're totally real. And you're like, you're not real. Don't pretend. You're not. How are you real? And like, no, we're totally real. And as time goes on and a year goes by, and it's like, okay, if you were real, then other developers would be talking about you, but they're not, because they're not working on anything, because you're not real. And they'd show up at trade shows and swear up and down that they were, So anyway, you can auction on that if you want to.
I don't want it.
Okay, well, you probably shouldn't. You know who else doesn't wanna?
That is vague as shit. How the fuck am I supposed to guess off that?
Everybody, the collective human race, has said, I don't wanna, in response to Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack.
Oh, man. Am I going to have to go, disable my Nintendo Online thing that I buy so that they don't automatically upgrade my bullshit to charge me more or something?
I don't know what you're going to need to do, but what I can report on is that as of recording, the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack overview trailer has 16,000 likes on it and 78,000 dislikes. Fucking everybody disliked that. If you haven't seen it, they talked not long ago about how they'd be expanding the Switch Online thing, which is $20 a year, to include N64 and Genesis play. And then we're like, okay, what's the detail going to be? And the details came out, and to get Genesis and N64 games as a part of the expansion pack, that will cost you $50 a year. So solid 150% bump up on that price. Now, $50 a year sounds kind of similar, because it's like, oh, that's kind of like Xbox Live and PSN. But
what's the difference? The difference is their service fucking sucks ass.
Well, when you get on PSN, you get well, first of all, there's an online thing that there's the ability to talk to people and chat and actually play
Invite
online
parties
in the complete sense of the word,
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
games too, that you get to keep.
You do get them. Even after you unsub? Are you sure?
No, not after you unsub, but don't worry. Nintendo will change this in the future and just disable all of these anyway.
Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure those are only playable as long as you are signed up. Mm-hmm. And so alongside this expansion comes the Animal Crossing New Horizons, what's it called? Whatever.
The new shit for Animal Crossing.
The new shit. Yeah. So that is included free if you are signed up to the expansion pack. Of course, you no longer own it if you ever cancel your sign up. Though I think it said that the items that are on your island will stay, or something along those lines. Yeah, so
I wish they had just gone ahead and made Animal Crossing like a terrible MMO instead. Having the expansion content only be an MMO subscription thing is like the worst of every world possible.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks ass.
So yeah, games with gold, you get those games even after you stop subbing. PSN Plus, you don't get access to the games, I'm pretty sure, afterwards. But I think based on the fact that both of those examples are things that people sign up for and get the stuff with them, and plus, Game Pass. We've talked about how Game Pass is like a thing that is also like pretty solid, and you can play on both and PC and your Xbox if you do. With this and with the Nintendo and the price upgrade here, it's like if what they were actually offering was a robust online suite for numerous games that would then be a similar online experience that you could have.
You'd go, sure, whatever, I guess.
You would understand that and people would be willing to do it. But it's going up to the same price as the others without offering a smidge of what they do in terms of actual online gaming and multiplayer capability.
Here's the thing, right? The only reason I have the Switch Online thing at all is so that I could play Monster Hunter and Smash with my friends, right? And I have a family account and I share it with the maximum amount of people to get that cost down, right? Mm-hmm. The Smash Online experience is universally terrible, even between people that all have the Ethernet adapter and all that. And Monster Hunter's fine, but it's not as good as the Monster Hunter experiences I've had on every other platform ever. Mm-hmm. And it's like this online service that was by far the worst, even at its old cost, is now more than doubling it with no changes. They'll have N64 games. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it in terms of just being it is the most out of touch thing they've done in a very long time.
It's not out of touch at all. I can tell you why too. Just a few months ago, they tested time limited how much people were going to be willing to pay
Mario
for a couple old GameCube ROMs. And the answer was they'd pay full price for some poorly emulated ROMs.
The takeaway here that I've seen is that if you are interested in the Animal Crossing DLC, you can just buy it for $25 and then it's actually yours to own. And then you don't have to worry about whether or not you are persisting with the online expansion pack payments. So just do that if that's what you want. Also, I saw someone talking about how the Switch emulation is not as bad as it was as you're thinking of Wii U stuff, and that the Switch emulation is actually improved from the Wii U.
Wait, are you talking about emulating Switch games?
No, emulating the Switch emulating.
On the split.
Yes.
The specific bad port that I refer to is Super Mario Sunshine was it had a bunch of bugs that were not present in the original.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm speaking of the old classics being played on the Switch. So there was that.
The Wii U and Wii emulation was embarrassing. It was so terrible.
Over here we also got. So do you remember the story surrounding Aeon Must Die?
Yeah, the devs say that the publisher stole most of the game away from them and had a bunch of scabs finish it off, and that they own it and that the publisher is ignoring them.
Exactly. So last we talked about it, we mentioned all of that stuff, and effectively, I believe, kind of said, hey, well, everybody, this game looks really stylish and cool, but unfortunately, the publisher has basically stolen it from the dev team, and people have not gotten paid, and it seems like they will never get paid unless a court forces them to. So in the meantime, that staff has, obviously left the company and whatever. And I remember saying something to the effect of I sure hope that these talented individuals get together and do something cool that is, in the vein of the cool shit they've done already, except this time they can own what they've worked on. And that's exactly what happened. So the former Aeon Must Die staff have basically, one, they put out a statement because the game came out, and they just put out a statement to effectively just go, hey guys, just so you know, still haven't gotten paid, publisher still stealing everything, whole situation is still super fucked. But also, here's some footage of a game that we've been working on called Immortal. And yeah, very stylish, very cool. Trailer looks dope. Just a nice little, like, well, here on the day that the game that was stolen from us is released, here's a first look at the project that the rest of, you know, the screwed over developers have been working on together, and they're making their own game, and it looks fucking fantastic.
What a fucking mess.
Mishura Games is the name of the studio. And yeah, you can check out what they're working on. It is a fucking mess, and it's all you can. I mean, they're at this, but like they're doing it. They're doing the thing where they're like, yeah, we made our own thing. Fuck it, looks great. It's got, you know, a very unique aesthetic and style that looks, you know, again, like it's you know, similar to the type of shit that they were doing before, but again, this time it's not legally fucking being ripped from their hands. And hopefully, as legal processes take a whole long time to sort out, at some point in the future, Aeon Must Die will also, you know, have to pay up for what the fuck was taken. And then everyone can just ignore that and look at Immortal instead. So yeah, just an update to that one.
Mess. Reminds me of the Sinking City shit.
Exactly like that. Exactly like that. Yeah. Or Cooking Mama, where
that one was real confusing.
You know, because Majesco owns the license, and a studio can you know, borrow to rent out an IP and make a thing, but the publisher and the developer at the end have this like arguments over who owns what and what was owed at what date. And if they disagree on what was delivered, then, you know, the publisher can just take the work so far, and then the developer doesn't get paid. It's a whole fucking thing when the developer and publisher are at each other's throats over shit like that. And it's always trash, because essentially it comes down to a publisher, you know, just taking the work that people worked on in many cases and just being like, yeah, well, and then, you know, you don't get paid for what you did. You know,
it's like, hey, devs, how many lawyers do you guys have on call? Is it 0? Because we've got 5. And it's like, great.
No, of course, just hope this works out. Go check out Mishura Games, Immortal, and fuck the rest.
Can you imagine a world without lawyers? Ugh.
I mean, I don't know what you think of when you think of lawyers.
Yeah.
But I think of the only thing that might like keep me alive if I were ever shoved in the back of a paddy wagon for no reason. So, you know what I mean? Like that whole thing.
Is the lawyer gonna be in there with you?
No, but having them as present as possible immediately in those types of situations is kind of where my brain goes.
My brain goes, the law's stupid, huh? Well, who's going to help you navigate the intentionally overly complex system that we made to give ourselves a job without a lawyer?
Yeah. Yeah, if that's the concern, then that's great. That's a great place to be. Just dumb legal foibles. But that's not the first place my brain goes, unfortunately. Anyway.
Also, my experience with lawyers is like, hey, don't worry, man, we got this. We'll handle it. And then they didn't. They didn't handle it at all.
There is that. All right, so we covered all of that. Speaking of legal, of course, the other thing we can talk about when lawyers get involved is so there was this company that came out, and I forget, we might have talked about it very briefly, but right when the PS5 launched, there was a company that came out that started making their own custom PS5 cases.
Oh yeah, the dark plates.
Dark plates, exactly, right? So so they were threatened with a lawsuit for putting out these plates that were replacement plate PS5 shells. And their response at the time from the Canadian-based device customization company, D-Brand, was, go ahead, sue us.
Fucking do it, you pussies.
Is what they literally...
You got a lawyer? I got 2 lawyers right here.
Want
to see him?
So then Sony did.
That's okay. Yeah, you know what?
And they got a letter threatening legal action. Call the bluff. What are you gonna do? You know, like, you did it. You did it. And upon doing so, they then had to delist their dark plates. And could no longer sell them because, you know, what are you gonna do? Stab me? Last words from person who was stabbed. So the follow-up of to the story is that they are, after, you know, shutting down their dark plates, they're back in business because they've revealed a brand new design for their plates called the Dark Plates 2.0. And they say that it successfully closes the loop on the dispute and neutralizes any future infringement claims, because it seems like these are uniquely shaped in such a way that should not conflict with any existing design patents that Sony has. Because at the time, the reason why they were talking so much shit is because they didn't have a design patent for the exact shape of the PS5 shell, and they thought that they could never get that, but then Sony went and totally got it.
That's good.
So then they went, shit.
That's good.
So yeah, they've shaped some new ones. They got their own dark plates now that are not reminiscent too much of the copyright, and it even adds some extra ventilation.
That's nice.
Yeah. So for now,
I wouldn't spend any money on your PS5 plates, guys, because you know they're just going to be coming out with a PS5 Pro next year.
Well, the what Dark Plates officially says is, you know, check it out. It's got extra ventilation. It should be legally fine, and most importantly, it makes your PS5 considerably less ugly. So still taking shots.
I can't see my PS5 right now. My coffee table's blocking it.
So, you know, you gotta say the kid's got moxie.
Whenever
you know,
I think of like that, all I think of is that wood paneling for the ace plate for the 360. You remember that?
No.
Look like a fucking old Chevrolet.
I barely do.
I'll get you a photo of it.
I just remember the ugly, awful Master Chief Green legendary 360 that was so ugly.
Oh yeah, I got an image of this fucking thing right quick. What a fucking stupid piece of shit. Come on, give me the... Yeah, there it is. That's the stuff. Here you go.
What's it called so people can Google it?
Just type in Xbox 360 faceplate
Wood faceplate. Yeah. You know, I'm not even... The thing is that at the end of the day, the 360 faceplates were just the front, so it's not even that bad. But it's when the whole thing gets surrounded. Anyway, some of the nicest arcade sticks I've ever seen are made of, like, perfectly lacquered wood and oak. So I ain't gonna shit on the old car interior design. I can dig that aesthetic if it's done nicely.
Wow, the Dark Plate's website is great. Have you seen this thing?
I did not.
When you go to the website, it's a picture of a regular PS5, and when you scroll, like, the new faceplate attacks it.
Oh, it's a symbiote. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's good. So yeah, if you go to dbrand their website and you scroll down, the symbiote of the Dark Plate takes over.
That's really good.
And then it reshapes itself to the new look so that they can talk more shit about Sony's stuff. That's hilarious. And it actually talks about avoiding the lawsuit. Wow. Okay. There you go. Yeah. From Canada, apparently.
Yep.
That's hilarious. I mean, look, like, if your entire business is based on making accessories for a company that doesn't want you to make them and then goes out of their
you might
way.
have some trouble.
Yes. But also, if you can then...
I need to take a quick break. My lovely fiance is making dinner, and that dog is screaming to go piss, so I gotta go.
I'll just finish the thought and say, if you can talk shit about the company you're dependent on, that's a pretty badass way to go. All right, we're out. Be right back, everybody. All right. There we are.
Thank you. That thank you was for my lovely fiance who brought me yet another cup of coffee. Why are you throwing me the middle finger? I'm thanking you. What's your problem?
Oh, don't worry. What am I doing, you ask? Just checking out some Brian Battler combo videos.
Oh, shit. Which one's that? Is that the football man?
That's the football man.
Is that the football man that I keep seeing the silhouette spinning in every KOF 15 silhouette?
Yeah. That's the football man. He spins. He can fly right out of the screen and come back. Strong. He plays the football. Well, anyway, we got that shit, and then two other little things real quick here. One, the teaser trailer that's basically a promo for Cowboy Bebop live action dropped. The Lost Session, it's called. It's about 3 minutes of non-episode footage put together to just kind of show you the flavor and how things feel and sound. And I now understand exactly what they're trying to do here. Mm-hmm. This entire marketing campaign has been, actually, when you really think about it, it's actually pretty smart, because this is the most trepidation and scared I've ever seen marketing handle a franchise. Everything that they've shown, from the first shots to like a little bit more, is a process of getting everyone warmed up and used to this thing, because they know that if they just drop the whole thing right away and nobody expects it and knows what's coming, and they just hit the full whiplash, they're going to get the full negative brunt of all of it. But this is slowly turning the pot up to cook the frog by the set release photos. Then, there's the announcement, then there's the set release photos, then there's the intro, and now there's this thing, which is not showing footage from the show. It's just shot. It's a completely unique 3-minute thing where they're playing with the frames and the borders, and it's showing you the characters now in action, talking and playing off of each other and stuff, to give you the feel for what it's going to be like while it's not actually from the show yet. And it's just, it's this disarming process. It reminds me of that interview. It looks like a
pitch.
Yes, it does. And it reminds me of that interview that Reggie did after the Revolution became the Wii, when he kind of went like, "We know you think it's a funny name. Get it out of your systems now. Laugh.
It means dick, Reggie.
Get used to it now, and then soon it'll become normal, and everything will be like, you won't think twice about it." Right? And he was totally right. Like, they gave you the name first before you even saw.
I totally disagree. The name Wii and Wii U are still terrible all these years
No. It doesn't make the name better. It just disarms it. It dulls the blade. Okay. When you hear the word Wii now, it doesn't sting every time because you've just heard it, because it's just a normal console name. It's terrible, but it dulls the sting by wearing it out nice and early. That you get ahead of it and you get people used to it, and then when it drops, it's like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, that's just the Wii, whatever. So I think that's what they're doing with Cowboy Bebop here, is they're really trying to slowly ease you into it. So by the time you actually press play on the first episode, you already know what it's going to look and sound and feel like, and you've had the trailers and you've had all this and that, and it's all been set for you. So you're just like, okay, it will not, because this pitch trailer thing really kind of confirms how much it's like, this is not going to be an attempt to make it like the anime. It's doing its own thing.
Right.
And this hard confirms that. So they're easing into it.
It's much better than I thought it was going to be by default. It feels a little awkward. In particular, the part where Faye cuts off her own swear instead of having the edit cut it off for her is really, really weird. But I assume that's a function of like mass market trailer that they can't or they don't want to swear or show blood or whatever.
Vicious had a British accent.
Yeah. Because he was British, don't you remember? Yep, totally.
Well, anyway, I suppose if he's running around like a Targaryen, then that...
His shitty hair stings less with a British fop accent.
Right? Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, it does. It's suddenly is like, oh, you're that lame kind of... Okay. You're this weird Brit man. I get it now. You're one of these fucks. Yeah. It for some reason here. I don't know. And you know, if you're from the England, fuck you. I don't care.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, good talk.
No. Hey, look, we're part of the Commonwealth. Whatever. Leave us alone. I something about hearing the voice come out in British, and I went, oh, okay, I get it. You're one of those fucking guys. You're that kind of fucking lame weeb with the sword. I get it. Ugh, it's super not the same character.
See this, Spork? I got my katana. Gonna cut you up for me, mum.
I is.
Yeah.
That's my favorite extra flavor flourish. You could do all the fucking Cockney you want, but no, it's the double repeat of the active verb at the end there. Anyway, so we got that little thing that dropped, and Netflix, they know what they're doing. They're really easing it in, nice and slow.
Someone at Netflix knows what they're doing with this. I'm not gonna say that Netflix knows what they're doing, because boy, whoa.
But they're letting the air out slowly. They're not just twisting off the top of the 2-liter. You know, they're letting it. They're really defizzing it. And lastly, fucking just out of nowhere, awesome story that just dropped. New spinoff of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure officially announced.
Oh yeah, this was announced today, huh?
Focusing on Josuke and Morio. Fuck yeah.
More shenanigans.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Holy shit, yes. 'Cause good old Rohan spin-offs are fun and wacky, but
we all know why those are made.
Yes, despite whatever lies he'll tell you. But fucking Josuke side story, let's go. That's of all the people I wanted to revisit over each of those parts, this is the number one for me, easily. So yeah, part 4 Gaiden basically announced. Now here's the thing, important to note, this is not Araki. It's being worked on by the mangaka behind Boogie Pop, and I've said it a couple times, but Boogie Pop is one of those, like, it was all right, I liked it, but its intro is one of my favorite anime intros of all time. I fucking love the specifically the music. Just awesome song that I love from Boogie Pop Phantom, which is that's some, you want to hear fucking 90s weeb shit, you know, y'all new fandangled Crunchyroll kids don't know shit about that. Going back to the era of finding our own anime and subbing it ourselves and all that boomer shit. That's when That's when Boogie Pop was going down. With I believe the same team as Serial Experiments Lane, so the art style looks similar too. Whatever. We will see how that goes. And this is apparently going to be starting in December. So, yeah. Spinoff manga. And if there's a spinoff manga, then we all know that David Production has no problem animating that shit, even while working on the full parts. Because we know part 6 is coming.
It. I will read it. I will look at this.
Hell yeah.
Hope Pearl Jam saves the day.
That's the thing. It's like all of Morio has a great just cast of characters we would love to see again, you know? What the fuck has he been up to? What's been going on? You know? And like I guess more specifically, like what is happening circa the time frame of Stone Ocean? You know? Are we gonna
right? You ever remember Kevin Smith's like fucking idea for a Green Hornet movie?
What was it again? I remember watching where he talked about it, but I forget what it was. It was going to
be a single shot on a car with Green Hornet and Kano just hanging out talking about bullshit for 90 minutes.
Kato,
right?
Yeah.
And they would fucking like, oh no, there's a crime, and they'd like walk off screen and deal with the crime in like 2 minutes, and then walk back on and go back to talking about bullshit. Okay. That's what I want for more part 4. I want like Josuke and some idiots going to work and like having some picnics and just hanging out and like use it. I want more coupon stealing.
Yeah,
basically.
Agreed.
Less anything worrying at all.
Now, knowing the spin-offs, it is possible that this will be a kind of a one-shot thing. This could end up being very short, maybe 1 volume or so. And that would be cool. I'd be still happy with that. I just love me some Josuke, and yeah, whatever's going on over there would be interesting. I'm seeing some people talking about it being a prequel, but the official announcement I'm looking at doesn't have that mentioned in the article. So I don't know where that confirmation's coming from. But if so, that's fine too. If it is in fact a prequel, I'm down. I love that boy. I want more.
That's such good news.
It's great news. It's great news. It's best Jojo. It's best.
Why
best
are people saying whole horse over and over and over and over?
I don't know, but
because I was literally just thinking, like, you know who survived part 3? Whole horse. It could just literally be, and then whole horse rode into town and was like, "Hey, kids."
I mean, it's nice to know that it's. Is that okay? So look, I don't know where these new details are. Apparently, he's in it. That's awesome. Okay, I don't know where these details are coming from. I'm gonna have to look up these updates to the story. The thing what I'm looking at here is just talking about the announcement itself and the people behind it, but none of those details about characters or timelines.
Hey, Willie, I need to ask you a question about part 3. Did Whole Horse end up doing anything
of consequence?
Like, did anything he do matter?
In the sense that it caused a long detour, yes. But
no, but like he shot Avdol, right?
But he didn't. But it didn't
take.
Yeah, but it caused a huge detour to occur. So he's kind of like Akuma in that he tried hard to make things happen, but he really sucked at it. So nothing of consequence really occurred. But the time wasted still got wasted.
And he was gonna shoot Dio. Did he kill anybody in the background? Like anybody? at all.
I mean, he got Jay Guile killed, if you want to...
Yeah, but fuck that dude.
Exactly. So,
Fuck that piece of shit.
No, man, you know,
He could probably be saved. He could probably be just like,
He was supposed to be a fucking Stardust Crusader. Yeah. You can go see promotional art of the lineup of the heroes, including Whole Horse. That's weird. He was gonna turn, and they just decided not to. So, yeah. You know. Anyways, for everyone who is a fan of Whole Horse and his types of shenanigans, and in general, that overall theme, I ask you to please look forward to Steel Ball Run. If you like Whole Horse, you will probably like Steel Ball Run.
It's a little ways off, bro.
It is. But you're gonna love it. Because it's a bunch of fucking cowboys. Being shits. And they're amazing. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what the source is on these various facts that people are reporting in about Whole Horse and this and that and whatever, but I will confirm what I'm reading in front of me, which is starting in December, Josuke side story. Good shit. I'm possibly I'm okay. I don't know what Jojo Lands is gonna be, but like, this news is very exciting for now, and I think we'll have to see what the fuck Lands is gonna be, you know. But I'd be happy if it was very different from everything that came before, and if it was very different from Part 8. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We've got...
Wooly might read your letter.
I might. Here's one coming in from... Noah says, heard you guys talking on the podcast about potential future projects and Silent Hill. However far-fetched they may be, it made me curious what Pat thought about Siren, Team Silent's spiritual successor. For everything I really enjoyed about it, I couldn't help but notice it's already difficult. Notice how absurdly difficult it got with escort missions, stealth, no margin for error, and the same bad controls to back it all up.
All right, Siren kind of sucks. It's really cool and it's very scary. But yeah, no, it's like weirdly difficult, and there's a ton of escort missions, and like the whole game is like one color gray, and you got to repeat levels with slight variation to do stuff. It kind of sucks ass. Blood Siren for the PlayStation 3 is excellent. It's fucking incredible. And it only exists on the PlayStation 3. It was never ported. It never went anywhere. It has no PC release. Fuck.
Follow up. How do you feel about difficulty in survival horror games?
Certain kinds of difficulty is fine. Certain kinds of difficulty is not. Survival horror games, despite their genre, tend to have a weird overuse of escort shit. Like, dealing with enemies and juggling your resources is literally the name of the genre, so that's fine. But, like, escort stuff or completely unkillable enemies that follow you persistently can be a problem. It's really funny. So, you know, everybody loves Nemesis and everybody loves Mr. X. Silent Hill 4 has, like, maybe the shittiest version of the Pursuer ever. in which there are ghosts that can clip through the environment that just follow you everywhere.
Oh God.
And you can't do anything to them unless you find like special items to pin them to the floor. And if you don't deal with them in one level, they will follow you to the next one.
Oh God.
It's
Okay.
unbelievable.
Jesus. So this is something interesting, I guess, because as someone who doesn't really know survival horror, I realized over the course of all the, you know, shit games you'd look at and the ones that were good and such, that there's obviously a delicate balance, because at some point, you know, early on in games were like, yo, it should feel good to play, and then the theme gets dropped on top of that later or whatever. And eventually games got to a point where it was like, okay, no, you're supposed to feel helpless. You're supposed to feel weak and scared, and and you have to feel like, you know, the thing that's going to kill you is super, super terrifying. So that helplessness can go a lot of ways. It can make you either play and feel like shit, or like an escort mission, for example, is a nice way to, you know, a nice annoying way to make you have to move slowly and like spend more time in an area when you otherwise wouldn't. But I guess what I'm wondering is like, are there games where you do feel completely helpless that like are still enjoyable? Or like
that's an ongoing argument, because being completely helpless is not survival horror. Having the ability to deal with a threat somehow, usually through the use of resources, is the actual genre. I've been trying to figure out what to call the new genre, which is you have absolutely nothing you can do to the enemy force. And the closest thing I can come up with is panic horror, in that it's very jump scary, it's very hide and seek, and there's nothing to be done. Amnesia's like that, Outlast is like that, etc.
Okay. My only frame of reference here would be Shattered Memories, but you do have a flashlight.
No, Shattered Memories doesn't even count. Shattered Memories, you have your flashlight, you have firecrackers, you have lockers you can hide in, you have the ability to throw lockers down behind you that'll trip up enemies.
So all of that counts as like,
yeah. In
still
Outlast,
survival
your
horror.
ability to deal with enemies is hide and hope they don't attack you or run away. In Amnesia, you have the only resource you have is light, which doesn't even deal with enemies, and matches, which also doesn't deal with enemies.
Okay. So zero actual resources. Yeah. Okay.
And the thing that I've been saying for like a really long time is that one of the biggest issues is that panic horror without any defensive tools at all actually ends up becoming way less scary over time in most cases, because without the ability to defend yourself, you're going to be scared right up until the moment they catch you. And then you die, and then it reloads you a checkpoint, and then the fear just fucking evaporates, right? Whereas survival horror allows you to survive a situation badly, which then gives you anxiety towards the next situation.
See, I thought you were gonna say that like the fact that you can affect what's happening to you here, but you can do so poorly. Exactly.
So panic horror or hide and seek horror, you have a binary state. Did you get caught or not? If you get caught, it's game over. If you don't, you did it, right? In survival horror, you can have a wide variety of things, such as, oh, I got through without using a lot of ammo, but I used every healing item I had. So now I'm worried because now I don't have any healing items. And even small encounters will make me kind of worried about healing. The only game I can think of ever that has done panic horror and has been able to be scary the whole way through is PT.
Okay. Yeah,
because game overing is rare and not the end.
And that was a slice of what that game would have been.
PT's game over isn't even a game over. You go forward through her catching you.
Yeah. I feel like there was a point in time when you were complaining about like shitty survival games on Steam that would just come out and be like asset flips, you know? And like all you did was run around from a monster and did nothing. And I was just kind of like, okay, so like when is this a successful thing? What does it look like, you know?
Now, I know a lot of people have watched me play Visage and stuff like that and said, Pat, you were terrified during that. To which I say, yeah, I'm a pussy. Horror, like scary games terrify me because I have an exaggerated startle reflex. And if you went boo in my face right now, I would freak out. Paige and I have been going out for many years. And if I'm taking a shower, there's no way for her to enter the bathroom without scaring me.
Yeah.
Every single... We've tried everything. She's tried yelling from downstairs before, before she comes up. She's tried knocking. She's tried just walking in quietly. She's got, hey, I'm coming in. No matter what, I go, oh shit, oh yeah, there's somebody outside.
Yep. Same with Punchwife. Nothing I can do. We've just accepted that, like, going about life, she'll get startled on a regular basis, and there's just nothing we can do about it. You know, and like, even in the most predictable scenarios where it's just like, really, like I telegraphed her and just like, yeah, I know, it just, and this is, you know, you can't help it.
It's why I describe it as panic horror, because the definitive emotion in horror is dread. The definitive emotion in these games is panic startle. Right?
Jump scare.
Somebody clapping right in front of your face when you didn't know they were there, and you go, right?
Which, if that is similar to like movies that are like scary in concept versus a bunch of jump scares, the latter fucking sucks. It's cheap and shitty and requires nothing, you know, versus like an actual setting that is horrifying and like scary to think about being in.
So,
you know.
Alien is probably the best example of like a good jump scare.
Exactly what I was thinking of.
It's like, I'm sure there's film classes that talk about Alien, where it's before the first alien kill is the guy's looking for Jonesy the cat in the weird industrial part of the ship, and it's creepy and it's anxious and it's whatever. It's like, he's going to the locker. Jonesy the cat jumped out. Right. But then the camera pans like, oh no, something could be there. And then the tail comes and suddenly he's dead. Right? And then later when they're going through the vents and the alien jumps out at them in the vents. The alien in the vents, that's like a 10-minute sequence that ends with the jump scare and the whole thing is building up to it. It's not like you go to open a door and a monster goes, boo, I'm gonna get you. Jonesy the cat survived the Alien franchise.
Let's take one over here from Jason says, with the major hello Wooly, Aaron, and Patley. With the major success of Metroid Dread, one question comes to mind. Do you feel the Emmys are just as, if not more popular than Mr. X and Lady D? Mr. X was intimidating the first time mostly because you always felt he knew where you were and was tracking your footsteps. Lady D is popular for cosplay, but was also quite a great adversary during her segment. The Emmys have made me the most nervous and afraid since Nemesis and RE3 original. Often feels helpless with the cannon power-ups, even with the cannon power-up to kill them. Sad thing about this is Metroid Prime 4 has even more on its shoulders now. Yeah, Jason, I completely disagree with you.
I don't think it's going to be a very common opinion that they're up there. The Emmys in particular, their design is reminiscent of like high sci-fi lab technology, and you're
Aperture Science designed them.
You're basically being chased by Apple brand syringes.
I just see fucking portal turrets with a body. You know, absolutely, just like the clean, sterile, not that kind of vibe with the Mr. X. Like specifically, the Mr. X introduction is like, oh yeah, okay, no, that's a bop, that's a banger right there. You just coming at you, you hear the footsteps.
Also,
the
Emmys, like they don't fit the right profile because they're all the scariest shit in Metroid's biological. They're not.
And I think that, like, maybe this, and to go off of what we said earlier, I think that people's experience with this game and with the Emmys was probably affected by how much they were progress blocked by them. And because I didn't have that problem at all. And it sounds like you didn't either. It doesn't leave as lasting an impression, because they're not persisting you across the entire map. That would change the entire game. They're just in those designated areas, Yeah, like, I bet you there was a version of the game where each Emmy was in its entire zone.
And they were like, nah, this sucks.
Yeah, totally. You couldn't explore properly until you dealt with it. Like, it wouldn't be fun. Or if you did do it that way, you would have to have some kind of like deactivation period, and then like, oh, it's back and up and running again. And you'd have to seesaw between deactivation and active threat. But the way they did it the
other thing about the Emmys is despite them being completely factually invincible until you get a power-up, the first encounter you have with them is you killing one and discovering that if you find a power-up, you can kill them.
Yes.
Mr. X and Lady D are completely, not just functionally, literally invincible until the story decides that it's time for one big last throwdown. Like, they function more similarly to Pac-Man ghosts than they do like Nemesises.
And I like the description about Mr. X as well, that you said how he's a test to make sure that you know this fucking police station.
Yeah.
And
the less confident you are in how to get somewhere safely, the more you're going to have to deal with him.
Versus the Emmys, when I would enter the gray zone, I'd be like, oh, well, we don't know what's on the map. It's uncovered.
Just run to the right until you find the door.
Hope you find a door. Exactly. So it's a very different experience there. Yeah. And one other thing coming in over here from Dizzy says, Dear Shine Spark enthusiast and Goblin Slayer, have you ever heard of something to ascribe to someone that was totally false, but you believed it because you disliked them for some reason or another? This question is prompted by the recent discussion of Other M that sparked back up due to Metroid Dread. A lot of people are bringing up the completely fake Sakamoto interview where he said he hates the Metroid Prime series. Now, this is widely accepted as a rumor, but it began on 4chan from a poorly described interview that says shortly after Other M's release, he said that Metroid Prime was non-canon and Fusion was non-canon, and he was jealous of the Prime series' success. In the actual interview, he merely states that the Prime games and the Gaidens don't affect the numbered games. If you played both variations, this should be very obvious. Dark Samus and Phazon don't affect anything in the games after them. Yeah, like Super Metroid or Fusion. However, because Other M was so bad, many people believed the unsourced rumor for over a decade. So, yeah, I mean, there you go.
When you don't like somebody, you're not chomping at the bit to believe that them being an idiot is actually a mistake. I mean,
but yeah,
if somebody said, "Hey, Pat, that guy you like, you know what? He's fucking stupid." I'll be like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, I'll believe that. Whatever."
That's funny because, yeah, no, this is one of those ones where like I I might have heard someone say this back in the day or something along those lines, but definitely, like, I feel like there's a lot of shit that has been a lie in the games industry where it's like, oh yeah, there was an interview in Japanese somewhere and someone said this, and it's like that's where the biggest, dumbest lies always come from, you know. So that you gotta be careful. It came from a 4chan post, is basically like some kid on the playground.
Like, I could just say, like, hey, you know,
his
that
older
guy
brother
that
totally saw it.
You know that guy that made those PS2 action games with those big giant button prompts? He did those because he was too stupid to remember what the buttons were. He said this in some Japanese interview a couple years ago.
You remember the one?
Yeah, you remember that one? Yeah, I've seen it.
Now, to be fair, QTEs did exist.
That's true.
So
That's true.
you gotta remember those. Do you remember that big guy back in the college days at the club spaces? Here, let me just actually.
Okay, yeah. Let's just do this. This is much faster than a description.
You remember that guy?
Ooh, barely, real barely. Was he very tall?
Yeah.
Have glasses?
Yeah.
Was he skinny?
No.
Okay, then I don't remember this guy.
Okay. Well, anyway, he was one of those guys that he was a one-upper, he was a fabricator, he was a just everything you say and do, he either has a better story or a better fucking anecdote or whatever it is. And it was just like and the one that he could just never back down from. And you know what? To this dude's credit, like, I learned about Vagabond from him. So
totally.
He gets that.
Uh-huh.
But like, there's some shit where you build up a fucking tower and you can't get back down. And the one was that, like, he knew at the time what the plot of the next Metal Gear game was going to be.
Oh my god. I don't remember the guy, but I remember you telling me about this guy.
And the reason why he knew the plot, it was because there was a dev there was like 2 or 3 dudes that came from Konami Japan to our college to learn some English, and he was in the same class as them, and he was talking to them about what was going to be in the next Metal Gear.
Man.
And it was going to be specifically about Raiden,
Right.
as he has young Sonny, the baby, and he's surviving the Patriots, or he's being chased by the Patriots or whatever. Now, I didn't know at the now it turns out that kind of story actually ends up happening in the background of MGS4, and it was in the wiki.
It's not like you could have foreseen that based off of the ending of the last game.
Or the sketch artwork where Yoji Shinkawa draws Raiden holding a baby
with a sword in his other hand. Yeah.
You fucking you know? But back then, during those times, not everyone saw everything, and it was easy to just... So he went off on this whole thing, and like, it was one of the most blatant, ridiculous things, but he just built it, you know, and it was like, really? Some Konami devs came to fucking go to Cégep in French Canada.
Some Japanese adult citizens came to an English college in a French province in a bilingual nation that's not England or the United States to learn English.
Correct. And I was in their class. Anyway.
Did this ever escalate to what class was this? What is the teacher?
I mean, it was literally what class this was. Like, oh, it was my English class, you know?
Which one?
Yeah. It didn't escalate. It didn't escalate. Because it was just, you know, we know. And the other person who was there, just like, we just are like, here we go, you know?
That's the worst I've heard in a while. Oh, man. Oh.
But to his credit, he's the first person that handed me volume 1 of Vagabond and said, hey, dude, you should read this. So
yeah, and he told you, hey, I know how it's going to end.
All right, let's get out of here.
All right, y'all have a good week. See y'all around later. Bye.
Plug your shit.
Oh, yeah, go to twitch.tv/PatStares tomorrow and the day after and whatever. I'm doing Inscription tomorrow. But today, if you're listening to this live on Tuesday the 19th, you can go to twitch.tv/PeachSaliva at about 10 p.m. And me and Paige are going to be doing some of Little Hope. A little bit of it. Ha!
Womp womp. And during this week, Wednesday and Thursday, Dokapon Journey continues. Come sign up and come sign up. Come witness. I don't fucking
sign my guest book.
Come view the fucking. Come watch the Christians being fed to the lions. File in and enjoy the lion feeding. Good night.